Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Adirondack Day at the Spa. Among the most majestic mountain regions in New York, the history, the culture, and tourist attractions, including Lake Placid hockey fans. Do you believe in miracles? Natural segue to the big story. You've had 2 days, handicappers. Pick six carryover highlights the card, 192,000 plus. First things first, hurdles are up. You know what that means. Wednesday steeplechase event at Saratoga. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, week 7, day 25 of thoroughbred racing. Great to have you with us on FS2. This is Saratoga Live. On one side of Union Avenue, dust still settling after a historic Fasig-Tipton-Saratoga sale. On this side, horses in the paddock for the first of 9 races on this Wednesday program. Welcome everyone just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So much going on from that record-shattering sale across the street. 35 horses bringing at least $1 million. We'll have much more on that throughout the course of the broadcast. The aforementioned Pick 6 carryover, 192,000 plus, begins in the 4th race. And yes, first things first, steeplechase. It's always an exciting, different way to kick off a brand new week of racing here at Saratoga. Take a look at the field as we are about 9 minutes out. The Michael G. Walsh Novice Stakes, 2 3/8 miles. Number 1, Lord Flincher, out. Big Scratch, number 3, Feeling Festive, out. Number 4, Cyber Ninja, current favorite at 8-5. Joe Clancy is with us, thankfully. Steeplechase expert, editor at the Saratoga Special, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Joe, always great having you on set. Let's start big picture. The name of this race, like what should our viewers know about Mickey Walsh?
Yeah, a lot of the jump races are named for historic people up here, and Mickey Walsh was a steeplechase trainer. Started out in Ireland, was actually a really good show jump rider, won the show at Madison Square Garden as a young man, switched to racehorses, always had a string at the Oklahoma Annex, and was just a fixture here. Was champion trainer 3 times, trained a champion King Commander, and just a fixture of the Saratoga backside, so it's a nice way to remember him for sure.
You ready to pad your stats today? Have you seen what this man has done?
Well, I've become aware of it, and I'm glad that I'm finally getting to sit in again. Last year I sat in a few times. I don't think you were as good last year, but I wish I had been sitting in here recently, because maybe my Naira Bets account would look just a little bit healthier than it does. Been struggling.
He's going to help you out.
It's on TV.
It's been,
you don't have to be here to hear it.
Yeah, he makes a good point. He makes a really good point.
I have to admit, I don't watch you guys if I'm not on. So,
Mickey Walsh coming up to kick off the program. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 starts the early Pick 5. Race 4. Did we mention that Pick 6 in that carryover? 192,000 plus. Race 5 starts the late Pick 5. Main track fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 77 degrees. 4 weeks still remain. 4 of the biggest weeks all summer at Saratoga. Sign up today. NairaBets.com. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NairaBets.com. Jumpers making their way front side. We'll have a post parade shortly. This Mickey Walsh. We had the Jonathan Kaiser, which a couple of these exit. Joe, overall, does it surprise you at all that Cyber Ninja is such a heavy favorite at this stage?
No, not at all, especially with the 2 scratches. He's going to get shorter with the horse coming out, the 3-horse, who I thought was a kind of up-and-coming horse to try to step into Saratoga and take these horses on. He ran really well in the Kaiser.
Yeah.
Talking to his jockey, Jamie Barger, he thought he got a little far out of it, made a move, drew even with that horse, and then couldn't kind of sustain it. So Mr. Percy, who won that, is ineligible for this now.
Right.
So he moves into the favorite slot. And if he runs back to that, he's going to be really tough to handle.
Call to post. Mickey Walsh, Novice Stakes. We start with number 2 and King Al, an English gelding stateside debut.
Yeah, interesting import, I think. And Callum Pritchard, who's an up-and-coming jockey, comes over for the ride, and I think he's live.
Cyber Ninja, the one to beat.
For sure. Again, if he runs back to that other effort, they've got to beat him.
Lynch is knocked 3rd in the Jonathan Kaiser.
Yeah, I got beat 8 lengths there. He's got 7.5 or so to find against Cyber Ninja.
Number 6, Famous figure. Expected more from him and the Jonathan Kaiser.
Yeah, and I went watching the replay. He was actually traveling okay. He's second, and then he really made a mess of the last fence, and the jockey almost came off, and then I'm sure the jockey was like, okay, we're not going to win. Let's just gallop in from here. So he's seventh, well beaten, but I think he was a little better that day.
There's the second choice, Philip My Dear.
I'm a little surprised by that. I would say he's an outsider. He's been running against restricted company and handicaps and things. He's this stepping up against horses like Cyber Ninja a little tougher. He was a handful in the paddock, probably going to be on the lead.
And you saw Alpha Mayo there, and not much in his 2 races in 2026.
Yeah, Cyril Murphy in his corner would be the one reason to think about him at 14-1. Capable trainer, doesn't have many horses, but when he shows up in Saratoga, we saw him win here with McTeague, and he's done it here with other horses before. But again, that horse has only won the one maiden race.
Hurdlers ready to hurdle. Mickey Walsh, Novice Stakes to begin Adirondack Day at Saratoga as we welcome in Liza Hendricks to the broadcast. Ending by trackside. Liza, you've kept a close eye on these jumpers and the preliminaries. What stood out? What can you tell us?
Thanks, Lafitte. And Ricky Hendricks sends out 2 in here, the 5 Lynch's Knock and the 6 Famous Figure. I talked to Ricky this morning, and he said that Lynch's Knock has been training well, and he gets a real weight break today since he is one of the only 4-year-olds in this race, so that should help him out. With the 6 Famous Figure, they are going to do a bit of a change in tactics. Ricky felt like he raced a bit too keenly up front last time and looked like he could have won that race, as Joe was saying, but then had a bad stumble at the last jump and nearly unseated his rider. They've schooled him a bunch since then, back at home at the farm, just jumping him over practice jumps just to make sure he's sharp and knows what to do over those jumps. And today, taking him back and settling a bit off of the pace instead, that's actually going to thin out the speed in this race. But I keep coming back to the 4, Cyber Ninja. He's the class in this field, and with that jockey-trainer combo, Jack Fisher and Jamie Barger, who we saw win here last week. He has a big turn of foot late, and last time he just got knocked around a bit early in the race and still ran on for second, and he looked great in the paddock. Last time out, he was a bit rank when he came onto the track, but he looks settled today and pretty focused. So that's going to be my pick, Lafitte.
7-5, Liza. Joe, can't get around the chalk. The chalk Cyber Ninja looks tough, and this is part of the reason why. Let's revisit his latest. Liza was just discussing last month that aforementioned Jonathan Kaiser, same distance, Joe, a bold move, just second best on this afternoon, Cyber Ninja.
Yeah, he's in the red hat coming off the turn there, and talking to Jamie Barger, he won last week's race, and he said, I would have rather been closer. The winner was second, coming off the turn. Cyber Ninja's 4th. He's got to use his kick just to get to the winner, and the winner, who was coming off a flat prep, I think that really sharpens him up again over this last 16th of a mile. That horse sees it out a little better than Cyber Ninja. He hadn't run since May. Now he's had a race under his belt. I think he's got more run.
The one thing that comes to mind watching that is they've done away with that final fence here in Saratoga. So basically, after they jump the last, there's almost about a half a mile of flat racing. How does that play into it tactically from a rider's point of view?
Yeah, and they've changed it a little bit. The guys used to kind of kick and go from the last, and now talking to them, and then that race is a perfect example. I mean, those horses are still behind the leader turning for home, and they want to be there at the last, but don't use your horse, because again, most of them ran on the flat. A lot of their speed has been taken away because they've trained them to run 2 miles, so they don't quite, even if they ran that style on the flat, like a big kick, the 2 miles starts to take some of that kick away from them, and it becomes a little more of a grind. And talking to Jamie Barger, Graham Waters, they'll really analyze it. They look, I want to be there, but I don't want to use my horse too much, and then go where they can come off the turn and run. All the races we've seen so far this summer also all had a big runaway leader. I don't necessarily see anybody being that horse today. Philip My Dear would be my guess. He was very keyed up in the paddock, keyed up here, I think. But I don't think anybody's those horses were doing too much, but they sort of strung out the field, and this might be a little more tactical for sure.
You're going with Cyber Ninja. Correct me if these numbers are wrong. Going back about 9 races, you've been on set 4 to last June, a $29 ROI. Does that sound about right?
We're going to kill it now. I'll go a year without picking a winner. But yeah, I've had some nice. They're all double-digit prices. $10 was the shortest horse, and you try to find some value. 6-horse field's a little trickier to find some value. I like the 6 a little bit at the 5-1, but we try to come on here and give people value, find some horses that maybe don't, that are a little under the radar and not chase the favorites sometimes. And it's gone well.
Our guy locked in. Dumb question for you, Richie. Did you ever ride in a
Never got
steeplechase
to ride a jump race. Wanted to ride one. Went so far as to school one for Jonathan Shepard. My wife didn't think that was a very good idea. So, as most people would know, I wear the pants in my family, but my wife picks them out.
Oh boy, incoming text in 3.
Wow.
But my wife picks them out.
Okay. Got it. Nice. Well done.
I'm glad you're going to see this one because you're on the show. I'm glad you're going to see it. Frank Raimondi with the call. The Mickey Walsh Novice Stakes live on FS2.
Thank you so much. We are getting ready for the start. That was highly entertaining, I must admit. And we will be underway momentarily. Starter getting them ready to rock and roll. The camera currently covering the entire field. As Liza mentioned, Cyber Ninja certainly full of himself and looking good. All set. And they're off in the Michael G. Walsh Novice Stakes. And it is a very controlled early tempo. And the early leader will be Famous Figure. Famous Figure, a little bit of a mistake there, but in front, and in front by several in the early stages. Has a 5-length lead. Alpamayo is in second, getting a little bit closer now. And Cyber Ninja, very comfortable in the early going, in third. Then comes King Al on the inside of Philip My Dear, and it's another 4 back to Lynch's Knock, who is at the back. And so the 6 of them come into the Saratoga stretch for the first time. And it is Famous Figure. Famous Figure, tossing his head around a bit, but in control, leading it by 2 lengths. Philip My Dear on the outside is a clear-cut second. And about another length and a half or so, as they go over that hurdle, is Cyber Ninja. Cyber Ninja eventually settled in as the odds-on favorite, a clear-cut third, and about 4 lengths off the lead. 2 more back to Alpamayo. And then it's King Al on the inside of Lynch's Knock. And so now, Philip My Dear goes on with it. Philip My Dear is quicker than Famous Figure, who had opened up that nice early lead. That lead is gone, but it is still Famous Figure, who's tracking in the second spot, only 2 lengths off the pacemaker. Jamie Bargery and Cyber Ninja in the third spot as they get into single file mode, followed by Alpamayo, who's racing in fourth. 2 more back to King Al on the inside of Lynch's Knock. The lead belongs to Philip My Dear, and Philip My Dear goes over that hurdle and has a 3-length lead. In the second spot now is still Famous Figure, and Cyber Ninja will be biding his time under a very tight hold at this stage. 4 lengths off the loose leader, Philip My Dear. And Philip My Dear has now sprinted clear by 6 lengths. Racing in second is Famous Figure. And then another 3 back to Cyber Ninja in third. Alpamayo in fourth. And they're followed by King Al on the inside of Lynch's Knock. So not much change whatsoever, just in the top 2 basically. Philip My Dear shows the way. 3-length lead on Famous Figure as they come into the stretch once again. Cyber Ninja is biding his time in third, and then it's Alpamayo in fourth. On the inside, King Al and Lynch's Knock. It's Philip My Dear in front by 3 lengths. Famous Figure remaining in second under Graham Waters, trying to rate a little bit, and is still keen to go after Philip My Dear, with Cyber Ninja third almost every step of the way. And then it's another 3.5 lengths or so back to Alpamayo on the inside of Lynch's Knock. And King Al is now miggled at, trying to get after them, as Alpamayo has lost significant ground and appears to be out of it. And he is. So it's Philip My Dear in front by 2, Famous Figure in second, Cyber Ninja. Cyber Ninja is yet to be asked for his best. Cyber Ninja is 4 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of Lynch's Knock and King Al. A little bit of a wide move there. Philip My Dear, though, maintaining his composure with a 4-length advantage. Cyber Ninja, famous figure, racing only a length behind now. As on the inside, famous figure is trying to get to Philip My Dear, but Philip My Dear just let it out a notch. And Cyber Ninja is about to come after him now. How much longer can he wait to go after front-running Philip My Dear is the question as they round the far turn. Losing ground is famous figure. Lynch's Knock is in 4th. Philip My Dear clinging to a narrow lead. Cyber Ninja has every chance on the outside. Lynch's Knock is closing. They're at the top of the stretch. And Cyber Ninja cut loose now, quickly putting away Philip My Dear. And it is Cyber Ninja in front. Big run from Lynch's Knock in second as they come through the stretch. It is Cyber Ninja in front. Lynch's Knock was a very game second, but Cyber Ninja, a winner every step of the way seemingly, beats Lynch's Knock and Philip My Dear.
Lynch's Knock made a run, but too much Cyber Ninja. Odds-on favorite delivers in the Mickey Walsh at Saratoga.
Who says the public can't handicap jumpers? They're all over this guy. He was the best horse in the race, coming off the best race to set him up for this, and they went a really slow pace early and made you think maybe it was going to get a little weird, but he delivered when he needed to and then saw it out. They get a little late in the stretch. I think the horses they're probably looking for that fence they jumped the last time, and but he sees it out. Professional horse. He was with Bill Mott on the flat. He knocked heads with Philly's Fog and Tawny Port and some of those other horses, and now he's a stakes-winning steeplechaser.
I mean, they were going so slow early. The question was he going to get in too much of a fight with his rider? But once he settled into that rhythm in third, kind of looked a winner every step.
Yeah, that's exactly the way he wanted to do it, really. And again, talking to Jamie Bargery a little bit, that was the way to ride the horse. Kind of find him cover, but don't be too far out of it.
You mentioned Tawny Port. He's running this weekend in the Grade 1 Christophe Clement, some of the company that Cyber Ninja has kept. 4-5-7-2. A really solid effort and a bold run by Lynch's Knock to make a race of it late, Joe.
Yeah, good effort there. I didn't really. He was beaten 7.5 lengths by Cyber Ninja last time, and here he is, chasing him down to a length, and a pretty good effort for, big, and both horses improved for the race, which again, you see a lot if you're trying to figure out how to handicap these. The second time really helps because, again, a lot of them haven't run since May. They get a chance, to have a race, whether they need it or not, they improve off it.
We go to Liza in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. And here with Joe's brother, Sean Clancy. And Sean, you run River D Stable. And can you just talk about how this race set up and the excitement around it?
Look, I loved where he was. He had a good, comfortable spot. I just mid-pack. I said to Jamie, just ride him, be confident on him. We trust him. He's a lovely horse. You can be in front. You can be wherever you want. So horse is, he's a real pro. He's got good flat form, so that shows up here. My only concern is I've lost 4 so far. Where I thought I was going to win or be right there. So I was a little. I didn't really celebrate till late. That's for sure.
And you have a lot of partners here today. Can you talk about your partnership?
Look, I got a bunch of great supporters. It's just something that's kind of organically grown from selling horses to Jack Fisher to being able to actually keep some for myself and run it. We couldn't do it without him. And shout out to Bill Mott, who takes great care of his horses. As we all know, I watched the race from Bill Mott's box. I just thought it might bring me a little luck. So shout out to his Bill Mott and his team for having a horse he can go on and do great things with.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte?
The Clancys winning races, picking winners. For your brother, Joe, that one has to be that much more satisfying given some near misses in some big races this summer.
Yeah, you saw Cyber Ninja get beat half a length last time. Rocket One got beat in a couple of photos, and Royal Redemption was third up here. So yeah, to get one toward the end of the meet probably feels pretty good. And it like anybody else, when a horse runs as well as they did last time but gets beat, you're like, okay, we didn't really do anything wrong. He just got beaten by a better horse on the day. So then to have him come back and run back to that race feels good for sure.
So looking at the conditions and that performance, what might be next for Cyber Ninja?
So those, I think he probably wins himself out of that condition. I'm not 100% sure because it's based on when they broke their maiden, and we have to look. And then there's like a 3 other than or condition that might let him back in. But that's a horse who this fall will probably step up into tougher companies. You know, these races are sort of built in to work your way up. You win a maiden race, an allowance race, then you have this condition for about a year, and then you can kind of step up into the open company or the grade 1 level, grade 2 level.
Padding his stats. He wasn't the favorite, but it was the right horse. In the end, Cyber Ninja. When are you going to be back? What's next?
The Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard is September 2nd, and unfortunately, we were trying to get Jimmy P there to become the second horse to win three in a row. And Kerry Bryant said he's got a little something. He's probably not going to make it, but we'll see Smart Uncle coming back, and Mr. Percy, who beat Cyber Ninja last time, will come back. Should be a pretty good race.
And it's special as it was last week with the Hall of Fame. Feels like an extension of that story with the Christophe Clement this Saturday. Joe, the Saratoga special. What can we look forward to this week?
For us, a little sleep. We just did 6 daily newspapers trying to keep up with the sales, and the biggest newspapers we do. So you get to take a breather and cover this great racing the rest of the meet. I mean, the Whitney weekend, and I had the privilege of doing the preview and the recap of the 4-Star Dave and talking to Kendrick Carmouche about what it meant to him. It's pretty cool, you know, and that's what it's like. That's what it's like here.
Talked about deterministic / turf work, and he's like, you'll never see a horse work like that on grass, and then he went out and backed it up.
Exactly.
In a big way.
Yeah. So
great
pretty
stuff.
Cool.
Joe Clancy stepping aside. Andy Serling joining us on the set. 1 down, 8 to go on this Pick 6 carryover Wednesday. And another look. Cyber Ninja would not be denied on this afternoon. Impressive in the Mickey Walsh. 4-5, 7-2 in the opener. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2 Adirondack Day. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Now joined by Andy Serling. How are you, my friend?
I am very good, thank you. It's nice to be here with you guys.
Great to have you on set, especially with this Pick 6 carryover looming. 192,000 plus. We'll dive deep later into the broadcast, but heating up the Wednesday card.
Yeah, it's a difficult sequence, and I think there are horses in the regular non-2-year-old races where people can lean. Whether it turns out to be successful or not remains to be seen. But those 2-year-old races, I don't think I've seen 2 more wide-open 2-year-old races. You look at the lines in those races, there are just no heavy favorites in there.
There it is, with 3 on dirt, 3 on grass, 192,000 plus. If you had to guesstimate, what do you think the pool will be?
We're getting healthy pools here, and it's playable. I'm going to guess the total pool will be close to $1 million, if not higher.
Again, we will dive deeper into the sequence, get started at race number 4. First things first, the Mickey Walsh in the books. And Cyber Ninja, after that hard-fought second-place finish, this time gets to visit the winner's circle.
Yeah, I think the runner-up got a little closer than he should have, because I think Cyber Ninja spotted that last fence that they don't have to jump, and for a stride or two kind of threw his ears up like, oh, I got to jump one more thing, and realized he didn't, reasserted himself. A very punctual winner.
Winning trainer Jack Fisher, were you going to?
I'm just saying I lost plenty of money on Cyber Ninja when Bill Mott used to have lost about 4 bets on him.
Cyber Ninja there. Jack Fisher, the AP Smithwick Grade 1 last week, and the victory here in the Mickey Walsh. Moving forward, race 2, $50,000 maiden claimers, 5.5 furlong, 2-year-old fillies, wide open. Andy, 2 of them at 2-1, Juno and Business Math, 22 minutes out.
Yeah, I mean, I always want to look towards horses that have run in these races. Now, sometimes you feel like they ran okay, but it's a loaded-looking race, and, you expect the 2-year-olds to win. I don't know if this is the case here. I do like Business Math, but like a lot of people, I'm scared of Al Stahl and the 3 Dream About, who Al Stahl's just a dangerous guy up here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was the most viable alternative to the 4 Business Math. Taking a horse that hasn't shown whether they could run or not yet, but a guy that brings horses in here that usually fit.
Much more on this second race, the 2-year-old fillies. That's coming up next. Just getting started on this Wednesday afternoon, week 7, Saratoga. And for trainer Miguel Clement last weekend, one he won't forget anytime soon, saddling the winner of the Hall of Fame hours after his father was posthumously inducted. Saturday, he'll saddle Tawny Port. Got that golden ticket. Now, contender in the race named after Miguel's father. That's next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. It feels very appropriate to say Hall of Fame trainer Christophe Clement. Yes, overdue, but now his place in racing history where it belongs, among the best all time. Ceremony last Friday, wife Valerie accepting on his behalf as expected, as you might imagine. Very, very emotional. Friends and family knowing what this day would have meant to Christophe. Valerie there with son Miguel, daughter Charlotte, with Christophe's Hall of Fame plaque. Richie, so well deserved given what he accomplished during the course of his career and what he gave to the sport.
Well, his training resume was more than deserving for induction into the Hall of Fame, but what people may not know is just how generous he was with his time, and he had the ability to elevate people. But not only did he have that ability, he made sure that he went out of his way to elevate everyone around him. And that's one of the greatest characteristics for a human being, to raise up the people around them.
He was a Hall of Fame guy.
Yeah, he really was.
As popular as he was talented, Christophe Clement, very fitting on Saturday, the first ever Christophe Clement, which was the sword dancer, going by the numbers, dating back to 1975. This is the first running of the Christophe Clement. Most wins, the number is 2. 7 won it twice, including Gouffo, trained by Christophe Clement. So who covered it fastest, the mile and a half? Awad in 97, 2:23.20. Most wins by an owner. Number is 2. 6 have struck twice, Juddmonte included. Most wins by a trainer, in case you were wondering why this race was chosen. Christophe Clement, 5-time sword dancer winning trainer. The rider with the most tallies in this event, another Hall of Famer, Pat Day, 4 wins from 87 to 2002. From this race to the Breeders' Cup Turf, 4 have done it. Better Talk Now, sensational at Lone Star in 04. High honors, turf champions, the number is 5, including Channel Maker in that high head carriage. Even more impressive, regardless of surface, 3 winners crowned champion older male. Main sequence among them, and then there was one. John Henry, the only winner, named Horse of the Year back in 1981. The sword dancer, now Christophe Clement. By the numbers, Andy, is there one in particular that comes to mind?
Well, I mean, yeah, when Theatrical lost to Dance of Life and they took down Dance of Life, I'm still bitter about that. I was actually talking to Bill Mott about it just the other night. I mean, honestly, recently with Farbridge, you know, he was 8-1 in a small field. I managed to pick him, so it feels good to me. And there have been a lot of really good runnings about it, but I think with Christophe and Farbridge, winning with a horse that was an upset, not just winning with a favorite, but a lot of them stick out. You know, they ran at Belmont for many, many years. It's only, and there was, I'll tell you another one, that 13-horse field that Kiri's Clown won. Remember back in
that was terrific,
like 95-ish, 96,
yeah,
somewhere
I think it was 95.
96,
Mike
yeah.
Luzzi gave him a heck of a ride that day.
For PG.
And he held off Awad, who actually ran the fastest
record for the
sword
mile
dancer.
and a half.
That might have been the first one here. Is that possible? That could have been.
I think
it's got
it
to
might
be
have been.
close, right?
Research. While they look it up, we move forward to this Saturday's race. Naturally, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Grade 1. Christophe Clement Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf, the Longines Turf. Compelling matchup. Long distance runners, both foreign and domestic. Mile and a half. Number 6, Minaret Station. Lukewarm morning line favorite, 3-1. But we start with Tawny Port, trained by Miguel Clement. This was the 2-mile Belmont Gold Cup. Belmont week. Andy, like everybody knows, you love a good cutback. He's cutting back.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love the cutback in this case. Listen, it would be a storybook result if Tawny Port was able to win this race from Miguel, and the first time they've run this race is the Christophe Clement, and it would certainly make me happy. Be happy for Miguel, no doubt about it, and happy for his dad, wherever he is. Having said that, I don't like him. I think that if you look at this race, I think the big figure he earned of 101 might be a function of him just relishing the 2-mile distance. And while he's not uncompetitive in his other races, this is not an easy running of this race. You know, this is a pretty competitive 7-horse field where I think Richie Day all have a chance.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you that I think the 2 miles played into Tawny Port's strength. Never let sentimentality get in the way of your point, though.
Well, no, I mean, listen, it's handicapping, and you're like, no, and I mean, it would be a great moment. It would be a great moment. I'm with you.
Sentimental favorite of all sentimental favorites, Tawny Port for Miguel Clement. As for the European invaders, ancient Egypt, near miss in this Group 1 in Paris, Richie. The 3-year-old facing olders. Lots of talent.
Lots of talent. Obviously, a true stayer to come out of a Grade 1 at Longchamp to here. We've seen this move before. They've done pretty well shipping over here.
I really recommend that people go back and watch his last 2 races. You don't even need to do it through Naira Bets, though you can. And I think both were the 6th race on that day. But they're both on YouTube, so you can find them there. I mean, he is really a competitive horse. He's got a lot of speed. Now, I don't know for sure that his speed will transfer here. I mean, listen, the horse who won the Saratoga Derby the other day looked like a sort of grinding type, so him going to the lead was a big surprise, and you don't really know with the Euros. But he is a gutsy fighter, man. Both those races, he fought hard to the wire in both of those races. Interestingly enough, the horse that beat him two back actually finished last in the last race. When he tried to challenge him early in there, he just disposed of him. I'm not sure just how tough those races were overall and if they were good as some of the other European races, but he's a good horse and he is a big player.
I see a lot of this on Breeders' Cup stages. We'll see it in the Christophe Clement with the Europeans versus the Americans. Who holds the edge, Richie, going in?
I mean, honestly, you've got horses that have been running here that are used to the thing. I mean, Fort George has that race now under his belt in American-style racing. It's hard for me to get past Ancient Egypt. You know, we've seen some Euros come here, and usually they beat us by out-sprinting us. The fact that they've been actually out-footing us early and continuing is a new twist to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a very wide-open race, and I think the Euros do hold an edge, like you said. Not only that, the second-place finisher in the Bowling Green is a Euro, technically, and the bottom horse, the filly who came here just a couple of weeks ago, won the Glens Falls. She's a major player in this race as well, and I agree, but I think Minaret Station might be the most interesting horse coming out of the Bowling Green because he was able to close into an absolute lack-of-pace race, so I think he's dangerous for Will Walden. It's a fun race. Like I said, I don't think there's a horse in this race you can definitively say this horse can't win.
Now, so many layers to this story in the Christophe Clement as we welcome in Megan Burgess to the broadcast standing by. That's another storyline, Megan. The filly, the mare, taking on the boys in Survey.
We saw it in the Grade 1 Whitney, and we get to see it again in this Christophe Clement. And Survey was very impressive last time out as she was rated back with under Flavian Pratt, and she was actually pretty ready to go. She was one that was pretty keen in the early stages when she was taken back last time out. That victory, of course, in the Grade 2 Glens Falls, where she really impressed me that day. She's a European sort that traveled over for her trainer, George Bowie, and she traveled incredibly well. She had great condition on her, muscle mass. She looked fantastic. And she's one of those horses that was able to, obviously speaking to how she was a little bit keener early as far as that early speed, she was tracked back, settled in the pocket, was able to switch off, and then really came on with a nice late finish. And I was really impressed what I saw from her that day. She's been able to hold her own against males and females over in Europe. She competed in one of the most prestigious races in the world in the Arc de Triomphe in France. And I believe she's going to be a major player, especially seeing this pace. Now, it is 1.5 miles, and she hasn't done so in quite some time, but I'm eager to see her get this distance, and she's one that I think will be a main player, albeit against the males. Lafitte?
Trip to the Longines Turf on the line. We're right back at it. Fox Saratoga Saturday, Christophe Clement Turf. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf, a marathon. We'll have it for you. Fox Saratoga Saturday, the best horses, biggest races all summer long. 3 weeks left. Next Saturday, week from Saturday, Alabama. Then, of course, the DraftKings Travers every summer, the centerpiece of racing here at Saratoga. We do have a late scratch as we go to break. A Madison Moon flipped in the paddock behind us and is a late scratch. That's the rule. Madison Moon out of this second race at Saratoga. First look at flat racing on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. 10 minutes out. Race 2 next on Saratoga Live.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Riders up. Post parade momentarily. 2-year-old fillies. Start of the early pick 5. We check in with Megan standing right behind us in the paddock.
Thanks, Lafitte. And as you mentioned prior to the break, the number 1, Madison Moon, did flip in the paddock, a first-time starter for trainer Joe Sharp. And as she was looked over by, of course, the track veterinarians, and she was deemed a late scratch, as it always is. When horses, of course, do flip over, we'll hope to see her come back next time to, of course, make her debut. But as far as the number 4, Business Math, the horse taking a favoritism for trainer Steve Asmussen with a market drop in class, looks strong and fit. No issues with her physically. She's kind of that compact, out-and-out sprint type. As a daughter, a homebred of Jackie's Warrior, where last time she chased wide on an outside post. It was a wet track where you could argue the speed and the rail had the edge that day, and she did show speed well off the rail, tiring late. Now, Steve doesn't drop horses in this market way, as I mentioned, very often. She does loom large in here. I did think the race was a bit more open than that, Lafitte, but we shall see. I will keep my eye on them as we head trackside.
Megan, thanks so much. Post parade starting with Juno and Louis Saez 5-2.
Ran well first time, going 4.5 furlongs. Last time, effort left a little to be desired, dropped slightly in class.
Oh boy, how Silks dream about Tony Fang's debuting homebred.
I just think Al Stahl is an incredibly dangerous trainer up in Saratoga, and really anywhere. I know that he hasn't won with the first in a while, but that doesn't mean he can't.
Business Math, just one start. Here she is, for sale.
Flashed some speed first time, also gets a little class relief. Steve Asmussen's runners get better with a race under their belt.
5-2. Jose Ortiz, number 5, Boxa Joe, and Toots Roll, another fresh face.
Yeah, I think, this horse's 2-year-old sales work was pretty good, and, I realize these are the connections you see with firsters. They've won with a 2-year-old firster already this year in New York at like 34-1.
Beechwood's best in Manny Franco.
Yeah, the mare has had one other foal to race. That one won on debut. This horse is taking money from the Chad Brown barn.
And Brown Sugar Betty, 3 Diamonds Farm, first time starting homebred.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you could say this one's taking a little money, and Carrie Bryan is one of the remaining trainers looking for her first win at the meet, and I imagine she'll get it at some point. Don't know if it's going to be here. I like the 4 in here, Business Math.
There's my bestie late on the scene, the game winner, first time starter.
Yeah, a couple decent works coming in here. Got a couple decent marks from the Daily Racing Form Clocker Report, which I find to be an invaluable tool. And we've seen Sean Bridgman and Melanie Giddens put over a horse or two here over the last few years.
Beware. First flat race of the afternoon, 2-year-old filly start of the early pick 5. Another look at Beechwood's best, winding up, and the updated trainer standings. Chase for an Alan Jerkins trainer title, Chad Brown, Richie 5 clear.
Yeah, it's been an interesting meet from a trainer's standpoint. Over 86 different trainers have at least one win at the meet, but Chad Brown leading the way. Linda Rice, who got off to a bit of a slow start, heating up. Brad Cox keeping a steady pace. Todd Pletcher, another one with a slow start, who had a big Saturday a few weeks ago.
Oh, Linda Rice, I mean, she had 5 winners as like a week and a half ago. She had a huge last week. And, one thing I think, and Todd obviously has a lot of ammo, probably not quite as much as both Chad and Linda, because Linda will run a lot of horses and a lot of live horses, so she's dangerous. Chad, obviously, always kind of the favorite, and clearly the favorite with this lead.
Manny Franco, incredible meet in those Michael Dubb Silks, as you just saw. Beechwood's best. Andy, yeah, you're going with Business Math. There she is, currently 5-2.
Yeah, I actually think her first race is a lot better than it looks. First of all, she was very close to the lead. The running line makes it look like she really wasn't, but she was, and it was very, very wide in that race. And I just think it was also a track that was very inside speedy. She was chasing wide, and when she was hopelessly beaten, I don't mean this to knock on Jose at all, but I think once she was hopelessly beaten, Jose kind of wrapped up on her. So her 21 length defeat could have been 10 or 12, and obviously she's taking a ton of money. I don't think 9-5 is that appealing, but I did prefer her.
Jose Ortiz, Business Math. To her inside, Dream About will break. Your top selection, Richie, is 6-1. Handicappers going in 3 different directions.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought this horse was interesting as a stranger. Matoli, the sire, gets 12% with his first time starting 2-year-olds. They reach out for Kendrick Carmouche, who's noted for being a good gate rider. That leads me to believe that she has shown some speed in the mornings. And with that pedigree, it wouldn't surprise you. And Al Stahl brings her here. He doesn't ship horses here just to come to Saratoga for the Big red spring water.
Megan, what are you
That's why I
observing from Dream about as we get closer to post time?
I agree with Richie. A very enticing prospect up there at 6-1 for trainer Al Stahl Jr., who, of those 7 siblings, of course, were all winners. 2 of them managed to do so on debut as his first-time starter by Matoli. Very strong, very much the prototype sprinter. Fit and ready for the task. And as far as her works, you can see on the Kentucky Thoroughbred Association website back on July the 16th, she worked inside an unraced mate under a solid hold, always going better than that mate, and she was ridden out heads up with that edge. And then back on June the 24th, she actually broke from the gate that day, and she was very sharp, much sharper than the mate, who appeared to be a lot more turf meant on that dirt work. But I liked what I saw from her. Perhaps maybe this will kind of tuck her up a little bit. She is kind of a burly, robust individual, but I like what I saw from her, especially for a dangerous trainer, as you all alluded to, shipping in here. As far as the number 8, Beechwood's Best, for trainer Chad Brown, a first-time starter by Global Campaign. She is the standout to me. She's incredibly strong. There's a lot of her. She's got that good substance, and perhaps this is a little bit sharp for her. Maybe she'll want to go longer than this, but she was sharp forward in the paddock, not over the top by any means, and maybe this will be kind of a tightener for her, but these Monmouth Park horses, as she's been training there, are dangerous for the Brown Barn. He's done well with these 2-year-olds as far as debuting them for the tag. Doesn't do so often. He's just 1 for 9 at Saratoga, debuting of those maiden claimers overall the past 5 years. The dam did win sprinting, was actually stakes placed sprinting, and I just really liked from what I saw, and she's pretty fair up there at 7-2. Quickly a long shot, the number 6, My Bestie, for Melanie Giddings. Now, she doesn't have a modicum of pedigree, but I was really impressed with some of her works. She was doing so with some fellow 2-year-olds working in those blinkers, but a compact sort, I think she could outrun her odds there. Lafitte.
Seeing that breeze, thanks to our friends at First TV. My Bestie, the first-time starter by game winner, half mile and 50 and 3. This is late July. Richie, anything jump off the screen to you?
Well, she's just always going easier than her workmate, and you like to see horses that like to maintain a little bit of that edge. It speaks more of their competitiveness. Now, they went a very slow half, so it doesn't give you as much of a window into their true ability, but maybe more of their demeanor.
Yeah, I mean, the firsters in this race are, not super live, and I agree with you that Mel Giddings has been very sharp up here over the years recently. This one's not getting bet. Whether or not that's relevant, don't know. The Al Stahl horse, a little chilly on the board. The 3 kind of dropped to 5-1, backflash to 6. I mean, I guess the one getting bet is Beechwood's Best, but isn't Chad Brown kind of always going to get bet to a certain extent?
With a hot riding Manny Franco on top of it, so you get kind of a formidable combination.
Well, Flavian Pratt is not riding. He's on suspension today, tomorrow, and Friday. Irad's out. Jose Ortiz horse is scratched, so the jockey money is going to go to Manny.
Jose Ortiz aboard the favorite. Business Math, time for the early pick 5. Frank Miramati with the load and call. Race 2, Saratoga live on FS2.
Thank you so much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate that, Lafitte. They're moving into line. Here's Dream About, one of the firsters in here. Business Math will be next. Box of Joe and Tootsie Roll. My Bestie. Beechwood's Best will follow the gray in. And Brown Sugar Betty to complete the line. Brown Sugar Betty going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Business Math is very fast away from the gate. My Bestie is right up alongside the challenge. And then Juno 3rd, Box of Joe and Tootsie Roll is 4 off the pace in 4th. Followed by Dream About, Brown Sugar Betty, and Beechwood's Best. 10 lengths covers the field, and Business Math takes him into the far turn. Leading it by a length, pursued by My Bestie through a quarter in 22 and 2. Juneau along the inside in third, followed by Boxa Joe and Tootsie Roll in fourth. Gap of 6 back to Beechwood's Best, who is trying to pick it up from behind as they come toward the quarter pole. Brown Sugar Betty is just outside of her, and then it's Dream About. They're at the top of the stretch, and Business Math is still there, trying to cling to this lead. Juneau is running a good race, but is 2 lengths or so behind. Then comes My Bestie and Boxa Joe and Tootsie Roll. 16th pole, Business Math holding firm, and Business Math is too strong. Juneau, solid in defeat. It was just under a length when the smoke cleared. Then it was My Bestie and Boxa Joe and Tootsie Roll.
She's by Jackie's Warrior. It's the Robesons. It's Steve Asmussen. Business Math in the second at Saratoga, closing at 9-5 with Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
It's like there were 2 races taking place here. There was the group of 4 in front, and the rest of them in a different county, and this horse had the speed you expected he would have, and he was able to get the job done. I don't think any of these horses are going to be big stake winners going further, but that's okay. You know, you get into these situations, you see a Jackie's Warrior win, and the horses that ran and run a little better maybe than it looks, ran their races and ran 1-2.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen's horses get better with racing. We've seen that over the years. And the 2 horses with experience run 1-2. Juneau, another nice effort going back to her first start. And the first-time starter, My Bestie, she ran. She tried.
No, she did. And so did Boxa Joe and Tootsie Roll. You know, I'll tell you something else. Is this the first Jackie's Warrior we've had win up here? Because the thing I like about this horse winning is this horse is owned by, you know, the Robesons, who, of course, owned and Jackie's Warrior and bred this horse. So I think it's kind of cool to see their silks on a Jackie's Warrior winning here.
Guy on the left might know.
He might.
He might know.
He's finding something funny, he and Kenny. Kenny may not be finding things as funny as Steve. Just a little less funny.
Actually, we had one other win up here so far.
But just the, like
like
those
it,
colors,
right?
the connections.
To the Jackie's Warrior is kind of cool.
For the
nice
decades and
too.
decades and decades that racing has been held here at Saratoga, for Jackie's Warrior to accomplish something for a first time, winning a Grade 1 race in 3 consecutive seasons up here at the Spa.
You would think as many years as they've raced in Saratoga, it'd be hard to find firsts. So that when you find a first like that, where a horse has won Grade 1s in consecutive years, it's a big deal.
And I'll tell you something else about him, and I obviously agree with you guys. The day that Yalpon, got into the biting match in the Forgo was the day that Jackie's Warrior outgamed layoff horse Life is Good in maybe the best running of the King's Bishop / Allen's Jerkins will ever have here, not just in the quality of the race, but in the quality of racehorses on the track. And that race has really been overshadowed because of the biting incident. So they don't talk about it as much as they should have. And to me, and I had to watch in my apartment, I was pretty much in tears on Travers Day when I had COVID and had to stay home. That's one of the greatest races I think we have ever seen up here between 2 really good horses.
On the big stage, Jackie's Warrior, a sire or father of the winner of the first flat race in the afternoon, Business Math, Jose Ortiz, 4-2-6-5. When we return, the fireworks across the street. Record-breaking Monday and Tuesday, the search for the stars of tomorrow, the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale. That's next.
Angelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Great to have you with us on FS2 Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Too much business math. Handles her business. Graduates in her second career start. Kick off this early pick 5.
Just doing what he had to do to get the job done. You get a horse that just obviously has speed. And, you know, you see with her, she just was more professional, too. But she was also against the track a bit on a sloppy track first time out. And that may have also been a tougher race.
Yeah, I think she found it a little bit of an easier group, had the race under her belt, and speed's always a good commodity to have in these kind of races, and your favorite gets it done.
To Megan with winning jockey Jose Ortiz.
Jose Ortiz, pilot aboard of the favorite business math, and as they alluded to on the desk, had the speed, dropped in class, and made all the difference for her today.
Yeah, she jumps well out of there. Obviously, she was well spotted today by Steve, and I was aggressive out of there. She broke good, and she took the lead, and we dominated the race.
Absolutely. As far as we look ahead to Saturday, the Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf with the number 6 Minaret Station, who you had last time out, tried closing into that slower pace. What did you see from that trip and looking ahead to this weekend?
Yeah, very slow pace, but he was able to put up a great run at the end. I was very happy with that, and it's gonna be a tough race. We got a couple of euros coming back, and I think it's a great race. Minaret Station is a very nice horse, but it's a tough race. But I really like his chances.
His trainer has been candid about him being a horse that he's expecting to be able to get this distance. Do you feel that way as well when you are aboard him?
I feel like, yeah, he's very relaxed, very laid back early on, and he put up a great run last time. I think Will is right. I think the horse can handle the distance very well. I'm not saying he cannot do shorter distances, but I think he can handle these 3-turn races a lot better, and I think he's right. I think he's ready to fire big time on Saturday.
Well, congrats here. Best of luck this week.
Thank you, Megan.
Lafitte?
Jose Ortiz, that date with Minaret Station, who is the very lukewarm favorite, Richie. 3-1 in the morning line in the Grade 1 Christophe Clement.
Yeah, but it's been running consistently well and finished into what Andy talked about earlier, into a relatively slow pace. And when horses can finish on horses that are finishing in front of them and they're actually making up ground, that shows you just how much running they did late.
I agree with all that. But if he's favored in this race, I want no part of him. I think he's a player in this race. I don't believe he should be favored. I think the 3-year-old in the rail should be favored in here.
You think he will be?
I don't know. The morning line maker's smarter than me on these things. He gets them right, and I get them wrong. My opinion on morning lines is terrible. I didn't think he'd be favored. I just may have misread things. I'm not picking that horse if he's favored.
It's so competitive. All these horses arriving the right way in this Grade 1 Christophe Clement. You'll see it Saturday on Fox. First things first, race 3, race 4 starts that big pick 6 carryover, 192,000 plus. This third race, Andy, who graduates in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint, $55,000 maiden claimers.
Well, I'm hoping it's the 3, Elena's Casway, who comes out of the same race as R.P. Byrne, who I assume will be ultimately favored. Lots of kisses. Soleil, the 4, 7, and 9. But to me, Elena's Casway, I like the debut in the sense that this horse had legit trouble that really wasn't her own fault in there. She gets a positive rider change here to a rider that's winning at a higher percentage, and I think she's a very, very interesting second time out. And if they're going to make, and the favorite in doubles is the 7 over the 4, if they're going to make Key Actress the 2 one of the favorites, she may win, but I'm against her.
22 minutes out, race 3. Usually around here, we reference Monday and Tuesday as dark days. Yeah, there was nothing dark about the last couple of days here, right across the street. The Fasig, Tipton, Saratoga sale. Look at those numbers. Last year, it was a record 25 horses that brought 7 figures. 35 horses 35 that brought 7 figures this year.
Well, the buzz going into this Fasig-Tipton sale was that this was one of the best group of yearlings that had ever been consigned here, brought together in one place between pedigrees and their confirmation, them as individuals, athletes, and it's bearing out that way. The buzz has been that going in, and that buzz just continued right through the sale.
About the Flying Dutchman who came in guns blazing, acquiring HIP 200, $4 million, Andy, for the Gunrunner Colt.
Yeah, no, I no surprise when you see Gunrunner, Into Mischief, not this time on that list. Nyquist even with one of them as well, and the Gunrunners obviously have proven it on the racetrack. So, spend that kind of money. I wish you the best of luck.
Flying Dutchman, it was fast, it was furious, and the sales topper as well, 4.2 million. Richie, HIP 136, the Into Mischief Colt.
Yeah, and then another Into Mischief. When you look at the Into Mischiefs, he stamps his foals so strongly that you can really tell they look like Into Mischiefs. And this guy had everything that fit right here.
Explain to people what a cribber is, Richie.
Cribber is a horse that likes to get a hold of some wood and basically suck air as they bite the wood. And a lot of trainers will back away from a cribber because they're afraid they'll develop some sort of a breathing problem from sucking air like that. But there are ways that they discourage them from doing it, and obviously they didn't think it was going to be that big a problem if they went that kind of money.
Now, I'm wondering if those trainers that shy away from cribbers would turn that horse down if it was offered to them.
I'm sure they would find an empty stall for him.
You look at the numbers, guys, it's just top to bottom. And some numbers that last year, records that were shattered, Andy, those records shattered this year at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
Those are pretty incredible numbers when you think the average horse sold for over $750,000 and just the median was over $500,000. Amazing sale. Listen, I've been going to the sales since '74, I want to say, when I saw Tom Swift Shoe V's-Foal sold at the sale. I've seen a lot of sales. I've seen some huge prices. Seattle Dancer for, I think, 13 and change back in, I want to say, '84. But their money was, I mean, it was just as you say. I was there for only a little bit, a little over an hour each night. Every time you turned around, you saw somebody that was in the 7 figures.
Boyd Browning, this was the best sale he has ever witnessed or been a part of. Last year was the first time it went over $100 million, $118 million worth of bloodstock. With the dream of showing up for those horses as they develop right here at Saratoga in the future. A little bit closer on the radar is that Pick 6 carryover. A look ahead gets started in race 4, 192,000 plus. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Griffin, do you like the title influencer, or do you prefer something different?
Man, it's one of those things where it's like everyone's an influencer now. You know, it's kids want to make content and they get followers. So like, it's not really guarded. So I feel like influencer for me is a little bit of like, it's like a little derogatory in my space. But for me personally, I don't mind. Whatever you want to call me.
What's that one video where you went to sleep with 5,000 followers and you woke up with 100,000?
Dude, yeah. Well, I was in nursing school. Posted it, woke up the next day, and I think I had like 72,000 followers.
And now, what do you have across platforms?
Just over 15 million now across.
All of your racing content across platforms, you've got over 300 million views. That's more views than the last 20 Kentucky Derbies.
I think social media is the best tool on the planet as far as exposure goes. So, you know, now for me, it's about not only the races, but how do we show off the horse to everyone and show what we do, not only on the track, but what we're doing behind the scenes, all of the efforts we go into aftercare, surgery, whatever. That's my goal now.
For a lot of us in racing, there's always one horse that kind of really does it to us, right? Would it be safe to say that that was Sandman for you?
Yeah, that's my heart horse for sure. In 2021, I co-founded a venture capital fund, ironically named Animal Capital. And the general partner who runs the day-to-day, it's his baby. His name is Marshall Sandman. So he grew up with Allie Finley from West Point, and that's how we got together. They said, hey, we bought this beautiful horse from the sale. We don't have any money to offer, but like, we want a visionary, someone that is willing to come and film content and go to the races. And I was like, absolutely, I'll try it. So yeah, I was pretty naive in the start. I told everyone I'm going to the Kentucky Derby before he even ran. So it worked out.
They're at the top of the stretch. Nitrogen with a 3-length lead. Sovereignty bearing down in the middle of the racetrack.
You root like you've been around for a while. You got a good natural root.
You know, I mean, look, I'm not shy to the fact I'm new here. You know, I'm figuring it out as I go. But I mean, dude, that reaction comes from the soul, man. I mean, people ask me, like, what's going on? Like, are you like freaking out? I'm like, no, I don't even know what I'm doing. When I'm watching the screen, I see the horse, like whatever comes out of my mouth is literally brain to mouth. There's nothing stopping it. So yeah, I mean, what you see is literally what you get.
Did you retire from TikTok dances?
Yeah, I'm pretty retired from that.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a reason that I can benefit horse racing and I need to hit a little renegade, I'll bring it back. But, you know, I'm 27. I'm at the unk age, but, you know, I'm tipping over the teeter.
Kart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin, brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Griffin Johnson, relatively new, but a big following and drawing new eyeballs to the sport. Great stuff with JK. Looking forward to this week's edition. Jay Provenzano taking a ride on the backside with Jonathan. That should be good.
That ought to be entertaining. And listen, I don't know a lot about Griffin Johnson other than, you know, he is an influencer, has followers, but I like anybody that gets this interested in our game that quickly.
Yeah. Griffin Johnson last week. Jay Provenzano with Jonathan. Kart Talk. Should see it tomorrow evening, I believe. Live look in the paddock. Lots of kisses. Would have been ridden by Arad Ortiz. Jose will take over, looking to sweep the early double, Richie. Arad is going to be on the sideline until at least August 22nd, based on an incident pre-race that took place on Saturday.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was warming up a 2-year-old for Mark Cassie without the lead horse, and the horse kind of bolted towards the gap. Usually the gap that he would go home, Mark's barn is about 40 to 50 yards from that gap. And sometimes when a horse gets something in their head, they're 1,000 pounds, the jockey's 115 pounds. There's not much you can do to change their mind.
I think back to something he told you when you sat down with him in Jockey Spotlight, and he's like, nothing's worse than being at home and watching the races and watching other guys riding the horses I should be riding, as he's probably doing this very moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for Irad, too, he's had to watch several of them win, and I know that just kills you as a rider. And yesterday was Irad's birthday, or the day before, yesterday actually, so a belated happy birthday to Irad, and just get healthy. Can't wait to see you back.
Happy birthday, Irad. Get back real soon. We go to Megan in the paddock for this Race 3 paddock report. Megan.
Thanks, Lafitte. And as far as number 7, Lots of Kisses, his brother Jose Ortiz will take the mount in here as the July the 12th. There are 5 to come back from that race at the same level. Of course, this maiden $55,000 claimer. Start with Lots of Kisses, who was again in that race last time out. He was well back after she was able to show a little bit more speed in some of her prior races. That was the first time for the tag that day. And you know, when you're comparing other horses, other trips that are taking money, other horses with their trips taking money in here, RP Byrne, who does come back, I do find she had the worst of it. This is a half, actually, to that multiple graded stakes winning turf router, Quattronnelle. And, you know, she, to me, very fit, very good looking, well muscled, no issues with her physically, and I do anticipate her getting hopefully a little bit better of a trip this time around. I loved what I'm seeing from her in the paddock. She's sharp, she's forward on the bridle, all systems a go. As far as the number 4, RP Byrne, again, another to come out of that July the 12th race where, you know, she got a good trip. She drew well and showed speed where she was rated back with cover. She just didn't have quite enough late. The winner ran well, ran a 71 by her speed figure that day. And while she got the better of the trips, when you're handicapping this race from that perspective, she's very strong physically. I was really encouraged to see her last work on August the 2nd. That was inside of what you're talking about, who is a stakes quality horse, just run a really strong performance in an allowance optional claiming race. And as far as RP Byrne here in the paddock, she's been kept moving. Typical Wesley Ward fashion here with the pony now. She's just kind of kept moving. Again, no issues with her physically. She's very strong, well-muscled, the typical Wesley Ward turf sprinter as she looks to hopefully continue at the same level with others that she's faced before. The number 2 Key Actress is a horse that I tried and failed when using on the dirt last time out. She didn't want any part of that. I love that she's cutting back in distance as she's been able to show that early speed, getting the blinkers off. We'll see this time around from that inside post if she'll be able to make the right kind of trip, but certainly Lafitte has the races on the grass that puts her squarely in the mix.
4-1, Key Actress. Horses in the paddock. Riders up post bridge shortly. Saratoga since 1863, August place to be, Richie, for all kinds of racing. Some of the greatest thoroughbreds of all time, and now the fabled Corgi Cup on tap this weekend.
Well, I think it was a great addition of the Corgi Cup last year. From what I understand, it's even gotten bigger. We got 5 heats instead of 4 heats this year, and I wanted Elisa Corgi to have a runner in there.
I got to tell you, I'm a bit of a curmudgeon at times, and I think when we were starting last year, Tony Alvaro said to me, I know you're not going to like this, Andy. I thought it was great fun. I tell you what, I really got a big kick out of it. You know what? The fans also loved it. That was great.
He was impressive, or she was impressive, not sure which. But here's the thing, Richie, strategy and something you observed, and forget about, you know, like thoroughbreds and strategizing race. You have your insight on how to win this year's Corgi Cup.
The Corgi handlers that are right on top of the finish line, your Corgi is slowing down, anticipating getting to you. Put yourself back 4 or 5 feet behind the line so they run through the finish to you. If your Corgi's, I was to say horse, your Corgi's slowing down and they get beat a photo, that's on you. You got to back up off the line.
If I wasn't here for this moment, I don't think I would have believed it actually happened.
You want to win, listen to me.
He is right.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just amazed this is actually taking place.
I'm just giving them
Who am I to knock what the big thinks here?
That's all.
They slow down right before they reach their owners.
When they get to their owner, they're happy, they're comfortable, and if they're pulling up and someone nails
Don't you want to hold a treat at the finish line so they're running fast for the treat?
Yeah, but on the other side of the finish line, a couple yards back. Okay. Yeah, you get beat a photo for an exacta. I want to see you yell about it.
I made a very big score in the Corgi races last year. So, and LeDuc and I are going to be making book on them, actually.
As fascinating as this conversation is, what's going on? Okay. With number 1, Free Spin Kim, a long shot, 22-1.
You got me.
Okay.
Got
Katie
thrown
Davis
into the crowd.
How'd she wind up on the over hat?
Horse.
She went over the fence.
Yeah, horse threw her over the fence into basically a mosh pit.
Been in a few mosh pits in your day, Richie?
No, I actually haven't.
Back in your day in the Seattle grunge scene?
Well, you know, when I was following the Dead.
No mosh pits in the Dead. We were a little chill for that. A little more Pearl Jam, you know, that kind of situation.
Sean Garden, there you go.
Yeah.
While we're having the fascinating Corgi Cup strategy conversation, that happened. Free spin, Katie Davis. I can't imagine, Richie, that's happened too often.
Well, I was riding funny side up in Canada, and he threw me into the crowd, and they were about 8 deep against the rail. And as I was flying through the air, there was a big guy there. I actually yelled, "Catch me!" And he stepped back, and I landed on the. No, he stepped back. I landed on the concrete.
On the concrete. Fortunately, no worse for wear. Katie Davis on free spin, Kim, and what's the?
She's scratched.
Free
spin's out.
Yeah.
Free spin, Kim out. Okay, so we did capture it, Richie. Our first glance. What happens?
Okay, let's see. She gets a bouncing, and she reared up, went backwards into the rail, and as a rider at that point, you've got to hit the eject button because you don't want to ride that ship down to the ground. You need to get away from them. But she kind of got launched out in the crowd, and looks like she's no worse for the wear.
And didn't look like it would have been the softest of landings. That was significant. Katie Davis, a late scratch. Does that change anything, Andy, in terms of the complexion of the race? Free spin, Kim being out?
No real speed, never been on the turf, was a huge price, so maybe was going to win, but not a horse that was taking much action.
Over to Megan.
I'm thrilled to be joined by one of my favorites, trainer Jenna Antonucci, the number 8, Sweet Mackenzie. Big cutback in distance, now applying the blinkers. What went into that decision, and what do you expect from her trip today?
She hopped out last time pretty well with Chris and really established a forward position. I just think we may run out of gas tanks, so obviously I don't think she'll make the front today with a big cutback, but I think she'll be pretty competitive up there.
Lovely to see, but as far as one of the main storylines in your barn this week, it's not necessarily a horse, Jenna. It's a big entry in Mando in the Corgi Cup, and he's trying to redeem from last year.
Yeah, last year didn't go quite as well. He was frolicking with a friend that he made, and the draw, she was next to us. He was distracted, so we're going to full cut blinker this, potential shadow roll. We haven't been successful with tongue tie yet, so no tongue tie, but we have some schooling to do and some redemption.
Well, he did meet a girlfriend, and he is gelded. So there's some qualities to kind of, like I said, move forward this time around.
To re-explain some things to him, the birds and the bees conversation. Obviously, I fell short as a parent, my bad, but we're doing our best, and we're going to see what we get.
Well, best of luck in here, Jenna. Always lovely to catch up with you.
It was a blast. Thanks.
How fun is Jenna Antonucci? However, we are very excited to see Mando take on the same kind of foes in this Corgi Cup this week. No friends.
Some adjustments since, to say the least. Jenna Antonucci makes history. The Belmont wins the Travers with Arcangelo without a prep. But the Corgis is where she seems to have her hands full in figuring things out.
Well, I think after the way the Corgi started last time, the starter needed to see him go back and break again.
Corgi Cup.
The Corgi Cup really was fun. I mean, we're sort of joking around about it in the set, but I got to tell you, people really liked it. It was a lot of fun. It just was enjoyable, and people were really into it.
Post parade here. You saw lots of kisses at 3-2. There's a key actress claim from Mike Maker by Linda Rice.
I thought she was interesting. First time sprinting on turf. She sprinted on synthetic and dirt, and she's run okay long. Maybe it's that Goldilocks effect, right distance, right surface.
7-2 if you like her, with Manny Franco. Look at her revving her engines. Then R.P. Byrne, who exits the same race as Elena's Casway.
Yeah, ran extremely well, only beaten a half length, but I thought Elena's Casway had more excuses.
Your top selection, Andy, there she is, Elena's Casway.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of second-time start. I'm always interested. I like the rider change in this horse for the barn. Ran first time despite not taking any money and had legit trouble.
Miel et Citron, great name, and good luck would be a big surprise.
Yeah, it's going to have to really turn it around in a big way.
Soleil, two-time four-star day putting jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I mean, Soleil ran fine last time, was a bit closer to the pace in a race that fell apart, not impossible.
Number 10, Bengalese, representing outside speed.
Yeah, flash speed, maybe the outside post. There's less urgency, but hasn't shown a lot of finish as of yet.
First look at flat turf racing. On this Wednesday afternoon, early pick 4 begins here. Another look at Elena's Casway. Currently 5-1. Revisiting her debut, week 2 of the meet, same level. She's 27-1, Andy, and she gets hammered leaving the gate.
Yeah, she just really, I mean, it's hard to see there. You have to watch the head-on to see it. They're behind the bushes, but ends up way, way back and really made a significant run just to get sort of into the race. You can see right now, I mean, this is not, and I know Richie would agree with this, the way you want to be involved in these races. You know, you get left badly, you rush to be even close. And frankly, Richie, I thought she did a little finishing. The pace was fast and falling apart, but her trip was sort of different than a horse just picking up the pieces, and I like the rider change.
Yeah, when we look at first-time starters, we want to see that they showed run in the context of the race somewhere. But she made up the most ground after getting roughed up at the break during the fastest part of the race. So she showed run there, and she didn't cave in. She's still trying to the finish. I thought this was a heck of a debut for a filly that had excuses.
Not like she caused her own trouble, like she really just sideswiped getting out of the blocks.
She just, one horse broke out, one horse broke in, and it was, you know, she was Elena's Casway sandwich.
More on Elena's Casway. We go to Megan Burgess trackside.
I completely agree with the handicapping sentiment of the number 3, Elena's Casway, who did. She completely just did not have the cleanest of beginnings. She was shuffled out of position. I just wish I would have liked more what I saw from her physically. She is strong. She's kind of deeper in her barrel. I just wish she would have strengthened up across her top line and kind of just done a little bit more out of that first start. She's actually a half to multiple graded stakes winner, a 5-star general on the dirt, and she surely wants this grass. She found the trouble. I preferred others way more physically than her. I would not be surprised of her taking another step forward, though, with a cleaner beginning. As far as the number 8, Sweet Mackenzie, for Jenna Antonucci, we just heard from her. I'm kind of eager to see what she does with this new pivot. She's 18-1 up there. I think she's going to run better than that, way better than that, actually. When you're just going through a raw figure, she stands amongst this group pretty well. And I do like the angle of trying to get her more forward, trying to utilize a weapon in speed where she might just be outfooted. It might not be her fancy in this group, but I think up there at an enormous price with a change in tactics on the cutback and distance, I found her really intriguing. She was incredibly professional in the paddock, kind of with the theatrics, of course, of the one, scratching. She was kept moving, wearing that shadow roll, getting the blinkers on, and a cool customer with the frame to go longer. I like the cutback for her, though. The number 9, Celaya, 9-1 up there, another coming out of that July 12th effort. I liked her, especially more so when she got onto the racetrack versus more unassuming, very quiet in the paddock. And she was very fit for trainer Rob Atras. The barn going well right now. We saw John the Beerman win a nice version of that Troy. And she also didn't have the best of beginnings, and she, I believe, has another step forward inside as she gets onto the turf for the second time at a price. Lafitte?
Celaya, one of 3 who figured to be involved early. Andy, pace quickly?
I think any of the 4, 9, 10 can be forward in this race. Who knows where the 3 can be if she breaks cleanly. I think we'll see at least a competitive pace, maybe not a supersonic one.
Lots of kisses. Jose Ortiz looking to go back-to-back favorite, 8-5. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 3 live on FS2.
One more. Following Katerina Ristova is Bengalese. Going in. They're in the gate. Just a little bit of an adjustment here for Bengalese, who has not quite made it in, actually. Assistant starters. 38-1 the price. The favorite is lots of kisses in the final stages of wagering. Bengalese getting settled. Now they're just working on one in the middle. And they're off, and Katerina Ristova had a very tardy beginning. It is a quick one for R.P. Byrne, who's going straight to the front. Bengalese is up close in the early stages. Elena's Casway is in the mix, too, and down at the rail, it's Key Actress. So there are several vying for early command. Celaya making headway on the extreme outside. She is followed by Sweet Mackenzie, who's in mid-pack and down off the rail. Miela Citron steadying just a touch as they round the far turn. Here's Lots of Kisses. 7 lengths off the lead on the outside, and a gap of 5 to slow starting Katerina Ristova. 21-4 for the opening quarter mile. Bengalese is the leader. Celaya out in the center of the course is coming gamely after her, and now Lots of Kisses is finding her best stride and very confidently handled while way out in the center of the course. Past the 16th pole, Jose Ortiz straightens up Lots of Kisses, and that's that. Winning it, going away by a length. Bengalese managed to hold second. It's a photo for third between Sweet Mackenzie and Key Actress.
That is that. Supposed to be ridden by Rod Ortiz. Sideline, Jose Ortiz takes over, goes back-to-back on the Wednesday card, and after being defeated as the favorite in 4 straight races, lots of kisses, no stopping her this time.
Well, she had the best overall resume, even though she took advantage of a collapsed race last time and didn't totally get one here. She had the best resume of anybody in here, so not a surprising winner at 8-5. The amazing performance in here was Bengalese, who buried all the other speeds wide around the track and still held on for second, Richie.
Yeah,
I think.
It may not have been as supersonic a pace last time, but it felt like they were coming in waves,
They were
right?
moving,
They
yeah.
kind of chewing on each other, and the only one that was left hanging around was the 10. So that was a tremendous effort from that horse, and the winner just fell into the right trip again with the closing style.
Yep, and Irad Ortiz missing another winner, and Jose picking up one, as he did early in the meet, and now at this point, getting those mounts. Of course, they have the same agent as well that his brother has missed out on. But I guess Irad's probably thinking, well, I guess if I had to lose one, don't mind losing to my brother.
Happened on the first Saturday in May, not to the same degree, but it happens here in the third at Saratoga. Lots of kisses, 8-5. Jose Ortiz, 3 Diamonds Farm. 37-1, Bengalese completing the exact. A big effort.
You know, we talk about it a lot. Dalila Rivera, you know, she's going to have a hard time getting a lot of live mounts this time of year, hence she's on a 37-1, but horses run for her. And that's something you can't teach. All the other things you can improve on, your technique, your form, your timing, but either horses run for you or they don't. And another example of Dalila Rivera getting more out of a long-priced horse.
Bengalese, 37-1. Wrong lead, made no difference in the end. Lots of kisses at 8-5. 7, 10, 8, 2. Results, reaction. Mike Maker looking on there. Just another day at the office for Maker.
Do you think he's paying any attention to what Kirk Wyckoff's saying to him? I'm saying no.
Kurt Wyckoff, Mike Maker with the win here. Lots of kisses. Jose Ortiz, 8-5 in the end. 37-1, 19-1 to complete the exacta trifecta.
Yeah.
So big prices underneath.
Smart enough to get them in there. Nice try. I was not. I could
Lots
have had
of-
the winner, but I could not have had the others.
Lots of smiles and the high five. The win here at Saratoga. Lots of kisses. Race number 3. Pick 6 gets started in race number 4. Horses will be making their way over 192,000 plus. That's next. There they are. A look ahead to the sequence, the keys to the Pick 6 next here on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights. His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Kurt Wyckoff's Philly, lots of kisses, graduates. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Earned a lot of money. Richie defeated favorite in 4 straight. Comes through today and breaks her maiden.
Yeah, and you know, horses with her style, more of a closing style, are always going to kind of be beholden to what kind of trip they can work out. She got pace today, and she got to the clear and just ran them over.
Yep. Megan is with winning owner Kurt Wyckoff in the winner's circle.
That's right, Lafitte. Lovely to catch up with Kirk and the whole family. We've got his granddaughter, Hadley, who loves the races, alongside is the good luck charm, you could say. Nice to see lots of kisses, closing him down the lane.
Yep, she's been a good turf sprinter. My wife named her. We have lots of kisses from all these grandchildren.
I gotta love it, but I have to ask you, we've got a huge carryover today. Sea Isle City is going to, second start for Carrie Breon in that maiden special weight. You purchased that horse, of course, as a 2-year-old. What have you been seeing as next start improvement?
Yeah, she likes the grass. We worked her on the grass about 10 days ago, worked very well. So we're hopeful she fits with these.
I gotta ask, Hadley, how much do you love being with your grandpa at the races?
So much.
So much. Who's your favorite horse?
Well, Ridgewood Runner.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Daddy's horse. That's a Jordan horse.
That's a Jordan horse. I love to see it. Well, won last time out, so nice to see that, but always great catching up with you, Kirk.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Have a good day.
Lafitte, the Wyckoff family, how can you not love him?
She's staying current. She's staying on top of things.
Well, that mean her dad just claimed that horse, actually, Ridgewood Runner.
So cool.
Hadley and I have spent some quality time together, had some lemonades together and stuff. She's a great kid. Absolutely.
What do you think Kurt's more proud of? Like owning the horses that have won the biggest races during the course of his career, or the pride of the Goonie golf tournament a few
I think
summers
it was
back?
those 3 hole-in-ones in the Goonie Golf charity tournament that he got to start the thing. When he showed up after he got a couple of hole-in-ones, his son Jordan texted me and said, he's like a ringer. He said, he's definitely sharper at playing golf than he is at owning horses. And Kirk and I have been good friends for a long, long time, and we had a lot of fun at that thing, and Kirk just crushed.
What started out as kind of fun, kind of a joke, raised how much?
Yeah, Anthony Stabile and I were on Talking Horses and brought it up as kind of a joke, playing a mini golf tournament, and Kirk Wyckoff texted me and said, I'm in. And I think he said he put up 5,000 or something, and Louis Lazzanero texted Anthony and said, I'm in too. And I believe after Kirk got the 3 hole-in-ones to start it, Louis said to me, Anthony told me that it was going to be you guys were bringing a knife to a gunfight. And I said, well, he was wrong.
So that worked out wrong.
Kirk was good. We raised a lot of money for that, and a lot of people were very generous with their money and gave some money to the BCCA and to Old Friends, Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, as well as the chaplaincy. So it was a fun day for everybody, except for Anthony.
Let me answer that question of whether he's more proud of the big races he's won or that golf match. They're both a bad second and third to his grandchildren. I can promise you that.
That was great. Great stuff. Kurt Wyckoff there with the victory in race number 3. And now we turn the page to the upcoming Pick 6 sequence. 192,000 plus. 3 on the main track, 3 on grass. What did you make of the overall difficulty? How challenging a sequence, Andy?
I think it's an extraordinarily challenging sequence because even the horses you can maybe lean on in this sequence, I mean, one of them is going to be Brillante in race number 5, and I do think she's way the horse to beat. She's 4 to 5 in the line. She's not exactly the most reliable horse to look at. You're talking about a $35,000 claimer for Chad Brown, who's making her second start in a year and a half. Is this really the kind of horse you want to have all your hopes and dreams lying on? But she's probably the biggest single in here if people are looking for singles or leans. The 6th and 7th races are 2-year-old races. They may be maybe the most wide-open 2-year-old races I've seen up here because there's no definitive favorite on the board. There's nobody that's run that ran well. It's not like you've got Todd Pletcher with a really expensive horse, or Chad or Brad Cox. So these races are absolutely wide open. In race number 7, I'd probably lean on the 4 and 10 as my 2, but without a lot of confidence. The 8th race is fairly wide open. I did sort of land the 2 favorites. Now, the 9th race did change a great deal. While I really, really liked the 7 Bourbon Milk Punch in there going in, I didn't expect the 12 Mappy to get in, and Mappy has an enormous amount of speed. So not only does that theoretically hurt Bourbon Milk Punch, who's the second choice in the line, it helps the heavy favorite Mistborn, who's 8-5, because she's a closer. So that might make her even stronger for people, and as it turns out, it's Chad Brown that really may hold the key to this pick 6, because he has the 2 biggest favorites in here in Brillante and then, of course, Mistborn. And if both of them win and people lean on them, it gives them room to spread in the other races to maybe hit it. But this is a fun and interesting sequence, but it ain't easy. But it shouldn't be easy. It's a pick 6.
Of course. Right. All get started. Race number 4 coming up here. Saratoga. Results are in. Following race number 3, there it is. The favorite, Jose Ortiz. Lots of kisses. Bengalese and Sweet Mackenzie at big prices, 37-19 to 1.
Yeah, big prices underneath, but your favorite gets it done with a nice patient ride. Jose Ortiz filling in for his brother, Irad Ortiz. He's gotten a lot more patient and a lot more Joel Rosario-esque in these turf sprints.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, because we always felt there was a time when Joel sort of had the best understanding of these turf sprints. And I remember a time thinking, it feels like Jose is watching Joel in those races. And Jose's a smart guy, and he saw how well Joel was doing in them, and he probably thought, I should try to emulate the things that he does. And he's obviously an enormously talented rider, Jose.
Yep.
But I don't think he's afraid to learn from somebody else, and that's the most successful thing you can do.
Absolutely. You got to keep learning. If you're not continually learning, you're going the wrong direction.
You're not moving forward, you're moving backwards.
Exactly.
Learn about this $45,000 claimer to kick off the pick 6. There's a look at the field, updated odds. Andy, how many would you have to use in order to feel comfortable to advance?
Well, I would probably use 3 horses. I would use the 4 Classic Time, the 5 Inexorable, and the 7 Paradise Valley. I like Classic Time. I think Inexorable is a very difficult favorite to lean on because he has no speed. And, I just don't want to lean heavily in a dirt sprint on a horse that has such little amount of speed.
You mentioned Classic Time, 9-2, trained by Norm Cassie, son of Mark Cassie, Hall of Famer. His story, where it all started, how he wound up training thoroughbreds, is a live look. Norm Cassie, as he has his runner coming up here in the 4th race. Classic Time. That story is next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you know, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have a terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it. Probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepin has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepin.
Tepin in front. Tepin, Parado racing it out near the line. Tepin from Bamboo. Wins for America and that's the winner.
Tepin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground. Tepin.
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own because she gave me that confidence. You know, when I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us. And to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's bred regret. You know, it's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far. There's two simple goals. I would like to be the guy in Kentucky, you know, at the very top tier at Churchill and Kingland. That would be one of my main goals, but the only goal is to win the Kentucky Derby.
Aiming for those stars, Norm Cassie. One of my favorite moments in these summers, I've been fortunate enough to be here at Saratoga. Pretty Birdie winning that Schuylerville because it was the first day with fans back at the stand, back in the stands, following what had taken place the year prior when racing was taking place in an empty building during the pandemic.
Yeah, and those iconic colors, the Eaton blue and brown of the Whitney stable, and it seemed like kind of all the pieces fit that day, right? They kind of coming full circle with fans back in Mary Lou's colors and winning colors.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was one of those sort of magical moments up in Saratoga winning it. And Norm's been a good friend of mine for many years, and happy to see things going well. I wish I saw more of him, actually. I saw him briefly over the weekend. He and his wife, Gabby Gaudette, were here, actually. And, of course, Gabby had worked with us years ago and one of our favorite people.
Megan, what can you tell us about the gelding he trains here in Classic Time?
Well, gelding I'm very familiar with from over the winter at Oaklawn, and I loved catching up with Gabby as well. It was great to see her at the sale over the weekend. And the family in town, the Classic Time, a horse that has made himself identified as a sprinter that has that longer closing sustained rally. And he's shown tactical speed in the past. Now, this is a horse that ran well fresh first time to Oaklawn Park, and then he just did not quite run the same. You know, sometimes he was compromised, whether it be by the flow of a place like Oaklawn Park or the speed speed, especially in one-turn races, can be of the most commodity, and he just wasn't able to be as potent with his runs. I've discussed these Oaklawn Park horses that kind of had that same form, running well when they first made their appearance there, and then not quite firing the same punch. He, to me, is that horse that now comes in fresh. He comes in off of the layoff. It actually entered and scratched him from a race on June the 24th at Churchill Downs. So he's been ready, and he looks incredible. Strong behind, incredibly fit, well, moving really well for trainer Norm Cassie, whose horses always look the part. So I'm really enticed to see him, though he has been able to put himself in better tactical positions through his races. I don't want him to get too far away from Mischievous Sam, the number 1, also a horse that's raced at Oaklawn Park, who could be the likely controlling speed, has one way to go from the inside, given his disposition in the paddock. Very sharp, reactive to some of the other schoolers here in the paddock. He's just been that big, burly, robust sort when seeing him down south over the winter. The exact same type of profile. He ran incredibly well in a first-level allowance race at Oaklawn Park, and then he never quite got back to that. That's the kind of horse I want to bet in this race, is specifically him with the kind of tactical advantage that he may be able to get. He's incredibly substantive. He's carrying his flush well for Ilkay Cancer Mossy, who picked him up for $25,000. And as I said, this was a horse that was competing against some strong foes earlier before that, Lafitte. And I do find with the tactical advantage and the signals he's been giving me now, he's the horse for me in this one.
Mischievous M, Megan, at 9-2. Not in the saddle at the moment, but he will be shortly. Manny Franco, Richie, you sat down with him a couple of weeks ago, and he made it very clear he was really disappointed with his summer last year, the way he rode, his productivity. 20 wins the entire summer. Look what he's done with 4 weeks left.
34 wins, and we had, 20 racing days, including today, left. So he's certainly a lot happier with his meet this year, but he's been riding in tremendous form for an elongated period of time.
I agree. The fact is, Manny Franco's one of the best riders in the country, and I think we've seen it in New York for years, but we're seeing it up here now, and that means that the rest of the world is really noticing.
Yep.
More racing than ever now, but still, like 36, the most number of races he had ever won prior in a single season at Saratoga in 2023.
Yeah, but I think Andy just said it right. Like he's kind of established himself to a point where there is no trainer that doesn't have confidence. Sometimes before you've kind of reached a level, guys go, well, I'm not sure he's ready for this particular circumstance or this kind of race. Turf or, grade 1. He's broken down all those barriers. People have confidence in him now.
If you don't have confidence in the turf, just watch Botus and watch the ride he gave that horse in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Mischievous and Manny Franco, this one on the main track. Andy, pick 6 coming in. What would you say is the biggest difference? Handicapping, playing a pick 5 and a pick 6.
Well, I mean, the truth is I would play him the same way with multiple tickets, the way Steve Christ recommends. But also think of it in 2 ways. You've got one more race in a pick 6, so if you use 2 horses in the extra race, you've now doubled your ticket. But it's also $1. The pick 5 is 50 cents. So now it's gone up 4 times. People will say in a pick 6 or pick 5, oh, that horse that beat me, that 12-1 shot, he was my next use. The problem is there's a next use in every race.
Yeah,
and if you use your next use in every race, your ticket might have gone from $128 to $2,000.
Inexorable feels like a must-use here, trained by Linda Rice. Standing by live with Megan.
That's right. The shrewd Linda Rice with Exonerable. You claim this horse for $62,500, dropping him now on the cutback.
Yes. You know what? I was trying to figure out what if I thought he was better off from the chute or out of the Wilton chute, and he's somewhat of a closer, and I didn't feel that the Wilton chute was the right move, so we put him in going 3/4. This race just happened to be the right race at the right time.
Tactically, where do you see him in this race as far as how the speed plays out with him being that closing sprinter?
There's not as much speed in this race as I'd hoped, but he's definitely going to be coming from off of it.
Best of luck in here, Linda.
Thanks.
Lafitte?
Look out for him late, Inexorable. What does the race shape look like on paper?
I think you're going to see Mischievous M with Manny go from the rail, and you're going to see the 4 Classic time probably on his flank. And I think you'll look to see Manny and Luis Saez be the most forward in this race. Maybe a horse like Trust Issues a little behind them or Run Classic. But they look like the speeds, and I think if you like either or both, I like the 4 in this race. You're counting on them being able to sort of control up front.
Pick 6 starts here. We start with another look at Mischievous M, who just missed in his latest.
Yeah, he wasn't for me. I think his speed is an advantage to him. I just thought this might be a slightly tougher field than he was in last time.
Run Classic, claim from Joe Sharp by Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I don't love horses claimed away from Joe Sharp, though this horse did run well in defeat last time, losing to a lone speed.
Classic time for trainer Norm Cassie.
Should be forward, coming off a little bit of a layoff, but sometimes with these older horses, just keeps them fresh.
Inexorable, the favorite.
Listen, you're talking about a horse that has relative consistency, first and second in approximately 45% of his races. I just worry about the pace.
Fiddling Felix, layoff, and the class drop, then Paradise Valley, who struggled in his last pair.
He's the interesting price in here. He was in against much tougher in his last 2 starts since being claimed by the Cantor Machis. And if you look at his race 3 back, the race they claimed him out of, that would make him a player. He's a price player with a chance.
And trust issues, back to the main track.
Well, another horse that can be forward, and particularly from that outside post, last time on the turf didn't have his customary speed, but 3 for 6 at the 6.5 furlong distance.
This is where it starts. Pick 6 Saratoga, 192,000 plus pool, swelling in a hurry. Another look at Classic Time and Luis Saez. And revisiting his last win, 3 starts back mid-February. Oaklawn Richie, Classic Time under a drive but responding.
Yeah, I think it was under a drive, kind of get to the through the kickback till he got in the clear, and then kind of settled and found his best stride. Feels like this horse used to have a touch more natural speed, and it's just a little more of a stalking type now, Andy.
Right, and if he doesn't have that speed, it's going to make the one who you guys like more than I do, but it's going to make Mischievous M more dangerous in there. And I'll tell you something I'm kind of worried about. Oh, I'm not anymore. He had drifted up to 7-2 of coming down. Now he's the 2-1 favorite, so the money has come in on him. I feel like if Classic Time can get back to his second, third, and fourth races back in March, February, and January, he's going to be very tough here. Norm's given him a lot of time. I think the money is probably a good sign.
Relentless pursuit in that latest victory. Classic Time, circling back, Richie, to your top selection. Another look here at Mischievous M.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that has, I think the most natural speed, and then the inside draw, the rail draw, just kind of makes it, Manny Franco, have more urgency. You're going to come out firing, and in a race it's already a little bit, I think, devoid of early speed. I think that makes this horse jump out and kind of control things from the start.
And that's Mischievous M as the warm-up continues. Megan, Run Classic, currently at 5-1 with Javier Castellano. What are you noticing pre-race?
One of those gorgeous horses that I've really enjoyed following for a very long time, as he is an 8-year-old. And I last saw him back in May. Our very own Acacia Clement was able to be in the paddock last time out. That was on July the 30th. And her comments were that she kind of lost a bit of his overall muscle mass and just substance in general. I agree with her, as he's one that I've, again, saw raced and trained all down south. He was able to put forth good runs, but just wasn't quite able to get there in time, kind of losing his potency a bit as an 8-year-old. And I completely agree with Andy as far as Joe Sharp being a very tough barn to claim from. And I also agree with Acacia. He looks great. He's well muscled. He's fit. He just doesn't look as he does in the model of himself when he was running his best races, which was why it drew me away from him a little bit. And he is, again, one of those horses that tends to like to make his rally from off of it in a race where I think having that tactical position is going to be very important. As far as the number 5 Exorable for Linda Rice, I do love the cutback because he's getting back to what he wants to do. And to me, that's a closing sprinter. Whether he has to deal with the tactical advantage of the inside controlling pace, that's up to him. But he has got the races that make him an intense player, especially 2-back when he was kind of sitting in that tactical position third. He wasn't able to get by those horses that day. And we'll see if he has plenty of speed to run out, because I just don't believe he does. As some of his prior races, especially at Oaklawn, I was hoping for him to run a little bit better. Linda's done a fantastic job with him. I think he's certainly physically improved from when I saw him over the winter. He's put on weight and condition, as do most horses when they get into the Linda Rice barn. She does very well with them, coming off of a little bit of some time since last seeing him on June the 10th. I really like him in here. We'll see if he can kind of get that, probably put into a more aggressive position by Kendrick Carmouche, who takes over for Irod Ortiz Jr. I don't see he's going to be too far off of things. We'll see how the trip ultimately materializes. I agree with Andy as far as the price play and the handicapping angle of the number 7 Paradise Valley. He's never been my favorite physically. I preferred others, but he definitely has the races to put him in the mix. Lafitte?
9-1 if you like them. Pick 6 about to get underway. Andy, look ahead to the 2-year-old races, starting with the 6th 2-year-old filly sprinting on turf.
You know, depending on your bankroll, you got to sort of decide. To me, I would look at the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th legs, see where I can go there to see how much money I can spend in races 6 and 7, because I'm not sure 4 and 4 is enough. And obviously, if you play multiple tickets, you know, you sort of horses you'll lean more in different places, and the more correct you are in the other races, the more horse you can pick up there. Where I would take a little bit of a shot, maybe race 7, 4, 10, maybe a little 11 in there is my main ones if I was going small. But man, race 6, I picked at 3, 6, 10, 9. I could see any of them, but honestly, race 6 on the turf, there is nowhere I feel strongly in saying you've got to have this horse on your tickets or you don't want this one on your tickets. I think race 6 is as open as a race could ever get, and the 7th ain't much easier.
Very little would surprise both of those.
No, there's just so little proven form to go on, mostly first-time starters. You know, we always look at pedigree. I thought the 3 in the 6 was very interesting, as well as half to Shinsun, who also won on debut on the turf. So, you know, you like to look at some of that precocity if it's there.
Tappan Magic's the number 6 is a half to 3 turf winners, including the very talented sprinter Run Curtis Run. But she's a Tacitus, and I don't want to knock Tacitus, and I love Tacitus, but I'm not sure how much strongly you feel about him as a stallion for 5.5 furlong turf races.
Speed influence, right?
Yeah. So, but that doesn't mean it won't be overcome by the dam side. So this one's a puzzle, and right now we've got about a total of almost $9.25. $125,000 total in it, a little under $1 million. I wish everybody playing it the best of luck.
Pick 6 players indeed. Best of luck. Challenging sequence to navigate.
Keep
some
quiet.
Loud horses beyond us. Over to Frank Biamotti with the call, the 4th from the Spa Live on FS2.
Fiddling Felix. Flashbacks of flat, fleet feet. Here is Trust Issues to complete the line. Best of luck in the pick 6. They're in the gate, and they're off. Paradise Valley was one of the first out of the gate, but it's Mischievous M who is the quickest along the inside, and he now pulls clear by about 1.5 lengths. Paradise Valley is racing in 2nd, followed by Classic Time, a close-up 3rd. Trust Issues 4th on the outside of Run Classic. That group is tightly bunched, and a gap of 5 back to Inexorable, and then another 6 to Fiddling Felix. 21-4 for Mischievous M. Into the far turn. Pursued intently by Paradise Valley with 3 furlongs to run. Down at the rail, it's Run Classic in 3rd. Classic Time is racing in between horses in 4th, followed by Trust Issues, a gap of 5 to Inexorable, who's trying to make some sort of headway as they reach the top of the stretch, and Paradise Valley is on the outside of Mischievous M. These two are coming together. Splitting them is Run Classic, and on the outside, Classic Time. Inside the final 1/8 of a mile, Run Classic dives down toward the inside of Paradise Valley. On the outside, Classic Time just keeps coming with a relentless run to victory. Scores by 2. Tight photo for 2nd, either Paradise Valley or Run Classic. Fiddling Felix 4th.
A dogged determination. Just keeps grinding and grinding and grinding in his best races. Classic Time, the favorite to kick off the pick 6 in the 4th race here at Saratoga.
Luis Saez, Rich, he should get about 30% of this winner's share here, because he's probably going to have to take a nap after the ride he gave that horse. I mean, he rode him from start to finish, and he finally grounded out.
I got tired watching Luis Saez ride this horse. I mean, he rode Classic Time the winner pretty much every step of the way, and you know how fit you have to be to ride a horse for essentially...
I wouldn't know, but I'll take your word for it.
6 of the 6.5 furlongs. He
rode this guy the whole way and ground out the win. A very good ride by Ricardo on the 7. A horse who doesn't have much speed, got him right in the game, was able to get 2nd, and he was the one that survived up on the pace before. The 3 ran fine, got a good trip, not good enough. And as we said before, the Achilles heel in Inexorable was her lack of speed, his lack of speed. And a race where the 4 was going to be more forward, That's what probably gave him the advantage in that situation, the pick six, especially playing it a horse you expect to be forward.
That's what you're talking about, Richie, when you reference the bicycle?
No, that was a bicycle as well. He was on a Peloton. He just kept on pedaling there and got it done. You got to be so fit to do that. And, you know, Louis, I thought, was struggling a little bit. The first part of this meet, he's really starting to find his form as well.
Grade 1 win on Saturday. That'll get things going with confidence.
Get your
Absolutely.
confidence
Saez outside, hot pink Barber colors, classic time. Norm Cassie winning trainer. You saw the feature. His father trained sire, Classic Empire, a 2-year-old champion back in 2016. Classic time for Norm Cassie, 4.736. To start this pick six and ready to enter the winner's circle. Classic time, results, reaction. When we come back, 4.736. Plus, tomorrow's feature, tomorrow's Birdstone. A marathon and a title to defend. Parchment Party travels, loves to run long. Can he go back-to-back in the Birdstone, the Thursday feature? A look ahead as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition. For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Off and running in the pick six. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Just too much. Classic time, wearing him down in the stretch. The favorite in the end.
Yeah, and it looked like he wasn't running at all around the far turn, but under insistent and strong urging from Luis Saez, he kept finding and ground it down.
In general, in dirt races, sprints, you feel like 2 horses have similar chances to win, especially when there's not a ton of pace. You just want the one that can be forward.
One who's a little bit closer. Luis Saez took that picture, dismounted, and now standing by live with Megan.
Thanks, Lafitte. And last time this horse took a picture, you were bored, and you gave him the same pressured ride, as he is one you have to get after. Nice to see him get back into the winner's circle here as well.
Oh, yeah. First of all, thank you for the interview. Yes, I get to know him pretty well. I've been riding a couple of times before, and he's those kind that you have to be after him the whole way. If he's a big horse, he needs to get loose too before the race, and right from there, always get after him. That's how it is.
I have to speak to your week last week. You were aboard Glacius in a stakes victory, of course, and a horse that came over from overseas. You've been remarked as a rider that's been aggressive on the dirt in your career. How gratifying is it to be able to see that aggression and be able to merge your style on the turf as well in the way you did?
Oh yeah, it was pretty. I feel pretty great to be around the horse. I got the opportunity to ride it last time, and I was watching a lot of replays about him, and he seems a horse that he don't like to really take up much hold of him, and he broke from there pretty well. He took the lead, and he finished pretty strong. I think we're gonna have a big future with that horse.
Well, best of luck the rest of the week, and congratulations in here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Luis Saez, no stranger to the winner's circle in Saratoga, as well as capturing rider's titles here at Lafitte. Certainly not a stranger like the likes of the Ortiz brothers. Nice to see him get a victory in this one.
Only jockey Megan, not named Ortiz, to win a riding title at Saratoga over the last decade plus. Luis Saez, classic time there, 660 in the end. And for trainer Norm Cassie, 89th different trainer to saddle a winner at Saratoga.
And that's just incredible, and it's a great thing. You want to see everybody get an opportunity, and we've seen from the smallest stables to the biggest stables have success here.
Yeah, and even, you look at the top of the standings with Chad and Linda and Brad Cox and Todd. None of them are dominating so severely that they're just not leaving anything left on the table. They're having very good meets, but we're used to sort of one or two people sort of dominating completely. Got a lot of people near the top, and everybody seems to have a chance up here, and that's a good thing.
See who has a chance in this upcoming 5th race, Saratoga, where we go back to the turf and the likely single on many pick 6 tickets with Briant. Even money, Andy, and understandably so.
Yeah, and I think the thing, it's always important to remember. I remember the doc telling me this many years ago. Don't worry about having favorites in your pick 6 play. And the other thing, of course, is you're trying to hit the thing. You're going to have a pick 6 that pays small, so be it. But you got to be in position to collect when winners want to be. He said pick 6s are not determined by 2 or 3 short-priced horses. They're determined by 2 bigger priced horses. And if you can get sort of short prices in and a $15 horse and a $25 horse in there, that thing blows up after that. So don't worry about using short prices. Don't let these horses beat you unless you have a very strong opinion against them. But you want to be alive, so if your pricey ideas win, you don't blow it because you left out some logical 8-5 shot. That's the biggest mistake that horse players can make.
Survive and advance. Leg 2 of the pick 6 or the start of the late pick 5 coming up 22 minutes while we have a moment. A look ahead to the Thursday feature and the Birdstone. Exciting because it's something different. It's a marathon on dirt, 1 3/4. And we get to talk about how Birdstone wasn't just some fluke who denied Smarty Jones a Triple Crown. First the field, and 8 of them, with Parchment Party installed as an 8-5 morning line favorite out to defend his title. Richie, this is where he thrives, right? As we saw this past meet at Oaklawn Park with Jokester in the Temperance Hill late March.
Yeah, I mean, he is a true marathon horse, and he beat Jokester here in the Temperance Hill at Oaklawn Park going to Mount Ave. Mount Ave might be a little short of his best. I mean, the 1 3/4 of the Birdstone is definitely more in line to his strength, but he is a true marathoner.
No, he is. He's a really cool horse. But I'll say what, you've got a couple of horses in here that have finished close behind him. This is the most competitive and interesting Birdstone I think we've ever run. We've seen a lot of smaller fields with heavy there because I think a lot of horses can win. Parchment Party is the horse to beat. There's no denying it. But I think Sergeant Stripes, his stablemate, is very dangerous near. And there are other horses near that are capable of running fast races that run competitively with him. And I thought this was an excellent running. A lot of times it just feels like there's like a 2 or 3 to 5 shot, and it's just better than these horses.
It's
and,
like, here's next.
Yeah,
good luck, everybody facing him.
Right. And even him last year, he kind of had the field over a barrel. Sure. Stars and Stripes, who just got a ridiculously bad trip in the Suburban. Now, I don't know he's a 1 3/4 horse, but I know he's a very talented horse, and I know he had an absolutely impossible trip in the Suburban, and I think he's a major player for Bill Mott here.
Well, I did see he's cross-entered at Monmouth. Do we know where he's running? Yeah, he's also entered in the Monmouth Handicap, so I don't know where he'll wind up.
But it could be insurance in there in case something happens to Parchment Party, you go down to Monmouth, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair. But if he was to stay here and run in a 1 3/4 race, I'd have a lot of confidence that Bill Mott feels strongly that he can handle it.
How much confidence you have in and experience here in a stakes debut running this far for the first time?
What about without rain? Because the bigger question is whether or not this horse is really flourishing with rain. Now, I will tell you, After he won last time, Jeremiah Englehart said to me, Kendrick thinks that he'll run all day. I'm thinking of bringing him back in the Birdstone. I will tell you one thing, Richie. He'll be in front.
Yes.
How long, I'm not sure, but he'll be in front.
He will be in front. And like you said, though, was it the wet conditions or just the fact getting to the dirt? Because he spent predominantly his other races are all been on the turf.
But he is an interesting entrant in this race because he's good.
And the yearly opportunity to remind racing fans and viewers that, yeah, Birdstone, what he did in the Belmont Stakes, beating Smarty Jones, like that, again, not a fluke. He was a really good, accomplished thoroughbred.
I would like an alternate universe, Richie, where it didn't rain on Derby Day. And I don't mean this in any way disrespectful to Smarty Jones, who was terrific, and his Preakness was great. But Birdstone wasn't lucky to beat him in the Belmont. Birdstone was never more than 4 to 5 lengths out of it. So it's not like he was 20 lengths behind some supersonic pace picking up the pieces. And he hated a wet seal track, hated it. And I think a lot of horses that day didn't run. And Birdstone, when you consider the Champagne, the Belmont, and the Travers, Nick Zito said to me, I have very few regrets looking where I ran horses. I should have run in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the race that actually Funny Side won.
Right.
Because he said, you know, I wanted to give him more time because he was a horse who wanted time between races. He said, but there was no way he could have beaten Ghost Zapper and Roses in May in that Breeders' Cup Classic. I should have brought him back in the Gold Cup. He said, you know, one of the few regrets he had. I think he was a tremendous horse.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't a very big horse, and he left it all out there, so you could see why he would want to give him more time between races. But what a resume to win the Champagne as a 2-year-old and then the Belmont Stakes and the Travers as a 3-year-old. For most horses, that would be a tremendous accomplishment.
I don't know how many have done it. I can't imagine the list is too long.
And are you aware of what day he broke his maiden as a debut runner? The Whitney. He won his debut on Whitney Day. And I remember saying to Nick, I knew he was probably live when you ran a Mary Lou first-time starter on Whitney Day. And he won by 10.
Mary Lou, who said she was sorry she denied the sports world, the racing world, the chance to see a Triple Crown winner when Birdstone defeated Smarty Jones, but so much more than just that. And tomorrow, the race that lives in his honor, 1 3/4 Birdstone on the main track. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live. Also headed to Saratoga, sounds like the Haskell winner in Baby Vino coming into his zone. That stirring win in the Naira Bets Haskell. Look forward to seeing him here at the end of the month for the DraftKings Travers.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in the bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Where it all begins, Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. A lot of activity in the paddock behind us. Andy was just mentioning Birdstone and the fact that he was unveiled on Whitney Day, the perfect segue to the Bullet Bourbon performance of the week and what we saw in the first race. But like, this is the way you start Whitney Saturday, Richie. Gaudreau and what he did in the opener.
Yeah, this is a statement kind of a race starting your career, and the way he finished, I mean, this was very professional.
I agree. Got an 89 buyer. We saw some very nice 2-year-olds on Saturday, none better than Gaudreau. And I haven't asked Chad Brown, but I have to imagine, especially given his success in the race, that Chad Brown's thinking of coming back and hopeful with him. Others came to him, and he just sort of put them away. He kind of found a little bit more. I would say, Richie, that's winning the way you want to win. Fast race, repelling the challenges.
You know what I liked? So Flavien Prat kind of shook him up a little past the 8th pole, and then he was, kind of riding him, keeping him to task. But he definitely felt the presence of those outside horses and kind of re-engaged, dropped his head and found a bit more. That's when you know a horse is saving a little something for themselves and are very competitive.
Yeah. Today's race highlight brought to you by Bullet Frontier. Risky gets it doing. It's not just when they run fast. It's not just when they run up the score. It's when they show you the intangibles, Richie, for in this case, like the mental fortitude in his first career start to dig deep and keep fighting when challenged.
Well, how many times we see it with human athletes? When things come easy to them, they're great at their job, but when they are actually under pressure or have got to reach down and find more, overcome some adversity, that's when they don't look quite as good. Same thing with horses. When they dominate, sometimes just because they're better than them, but when they got to reach down and find a little more, that speaks more of their character.
It's not a given. They don't all just do it. Remember his name, Gaudreau, moving forward. As we move forward, get ready for this late pick 5, second leg of the pick 6. Horses right behind us. And a standout that you're looking at in Briant, currently 6-5. It's Megan Burgess with this race 5. Paddock Report.
That's right. As this pick 6 carryover, this difficult sequence continues, one of the standouts amongst these races is the number 5, Briante, taking another step down in class for trainer Chad Brown. And a horse that struggled to get out of the gate in her stateside races. Just looking at her, she's more petite. There's not a lot to her. She's got that slighter, more refined frame. As she's continued to, her stateside debut is incredibly impressive. That came a long time ago, though, back in January of 2025, when she was able to kind of have that wide bid. She was off slow as she's continued to be last away and not the strongest, as I mentioned, from behind, which is one of my main problems with her. Trying to get out of the gate and make up ground in a race is a horse that's being relied upon as one of the favorites in this sequence, leaves her to me a little bit vulnerable. But, last time out, she was coming off of a longer layoff. The rail was still good, and she broke slow again and rallied where more forward horses got the better of her. As the favorite, you have to question if her quirks are going and continue to put her in a compromising position, but I do found she did find a softer spot to land, as I mentioned, continually dropping in class. A horse that was interesting, the number 6 Greyjoy, also one of the main choices in this race for trainer John Terranova, is one that I thought was a bit against it last time out. On July the 19th, it was kind of a moderate pace. She was drawn widest of all and hung widest of all through the entirety of that race, just wide chasing in a disadvantageous trip. She does draw better this time around as she gets a bit of a softer class, I would say, in terms of this field. Mermaid dropping down from the allowance ranks that day, finished just in front of her. She's fit, she's pretty unassuming, but I thought she was interesting, as she likely will be a bit more forward throughout the running of this race than the favorite. Lafitte?
By the post, as you mentioned, Megan, Greyjoy. Let's see if she can find that knockout punch this afternoon as you look at Your Desire, 18-1 outsider, trained by Lindsay Schultz. Outsider was Baby Vino in the Haskell, but she had him primed, Richie, for the race of his career, defeating the Preakness winner, among others, on a sloppy track.
She really did, and I think this is a perfect example of a horse that has just been a work in progress, showing steady, incremental improvement. He was very game. The rail was left open for him, a very heads-up and strong ride by Jorge Vargas. And it's an interesting thing, Andy. Once you get into a spot, the rider outside of you can't take the spot away, and you saw that trying.
He tried to.
He was trying to, and how is that sound strategy on any level?
Don't get me started. That guy. Sorry.
Didn't sound like it was the plan. Now, looks like we'll see Baby Vino here for the Midsummer Derby. Right back to Megan.
And I was able to catch up with Baby Vino's trainer, Lindsay Schultz, last week, and it was a kind of a decision they had to make regarding the Pennsylvania Derby or the DraftKings Travers. It looks like they have leaned towards Saratoga and competing in that Travers Stakes, where he's been one that's really flourished and being at their home base at Monmouth Park. I've seen him continue to move forward for Lindsay, as the plan is currently to keep him there, have a couple of more works infused to him before they eventually send him down to Saratoga, likely the week before. It's definitely going to be an acid test against the best 3-year-olds in the country, but I love when horses, and specifically trainers and connections, do take that shot, as Baby Vino certainly earned it. As far as horses from that Haskell Stakes and training, Napoleon Solo also put in a strong move. We'll see, though, Lafitte, how many ultimately land here in Saratoga.
DraftKings Travers, 29th of August. Baby Vino, Richie, you saw the fight, and you're seeing the improvement.
Yeah, I mean, he took him a couple races to break his maiden down at Oaklawn Park over the winter, but he's a horse that's just been steadily getting better. And, we talk about them. They're young horses. They develop at different times. It just took him a couple of months to really find his best form.
And you talk about increasing their value, because these races have much bigger value, some of them, for stud purposes and stallion purposes. Winning the Pennsylvania Derby is winning the purse. It's not going to do anything for his stallion value. He already won the Haskell. He wins the Haskell and Travers, it could be worth $10 million to him in stud value, instantly getting deals. So she's making a decision where, yeah, he's still going to be a relatively big price, but the payoff is tremendous if he should win, and that's the right choice to make.
Saratoga's marquee event every summer, DraftKings Travers. Let's meet the field. Race 5, 6 minutes out, starting with Your Desire. Back to grass for the Haskell winning trainer.
Yeah, back to grass. Some of the grass races leave a bit to be desired, but easiest group that this horse has landed in.
And give her another, last 13 races on dirt.
And while the turf races aren't terrible figs, they were sprinting, I believe, in the turf, and not really for me. I think a lot of people be saying in the pick 6, this one wins, I'll have another.
Rose Lisa, last 7 on dirt, and the favorite, 6-5, Briant.
Yeah, but 0 for 3 on turf.
Briant, if Briant shows up today with even the effort losing last time, I think it's good enough to win. But she's a little bit slow early.
Greyjoy, not the strongest finisher.
Now, a little bit one pace, and I don't see a tremendous turn of foot here, but a logical alternative.
Olivia's Grace, back to turf.
Mel Giddings does not have good numbers stretching out in the turf. I wonder if this one could get in the way of the 8 early with the speed stretching out.
Number 8, Artistic Success. The one to catch?
Yeah, I think so, and speed is always dangerous. Jose Ortiz picks up the mount from his brother, Ira.
She was bad last time, She was the favorite. She controlled in the front end. The pace was honest, but she just stopped. Having said that, she is the second likeliest winner. Let me ask you, Richie, what do you think the chances are that with Christopher Elliott particularly, who can be aggressive, stretching out Olivia's Grace? I mean, if Olivia's Grace is yours, don't you say we're going to the front? That's the only way she's going to win here?
Well, I never believed that horses stretching from sprints to, 2 turns on turf did their best running from up the base. I felt like if they had their best chance to win, it was allowing them to show speed and make everybody else chase me.
Yeah, and I think if she goes early, 2 things happen. Now, listen, who knows? Maybe she upsets the field at a big price, but I think it mitigates the chances of the 8, and it definitely helps the 5 Brillante.
The favorite, revving her engines. Fillies and Mares, mile and a 16th in her turf course. Started a late pick 5 here at Saratoga. Wager, powered by AI. Right in your NYRA wager pad. What is your data-based betting assistant providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks starting 15 minutes to post? Visit NYRABets.com/wager for more information. The play, Andy, the $2 double, 5-8 with 2-4-8, $12 investment.
Well, what it's saying is these are going to looking for value, and right now the 5 and 8 somehow are the same price, which is very surprising and might be a positive for the 8. Having said that, I'm surprised, and I'm going to have to ask Joe Applebaum, who's involved with Wager, how they come up with a play that involves the 2, the 4, and the 8. Only one of those horses ran the next race, playing the first-time starters. That kind of surprises me, but it's a way of giving people a window into what it's like to play the way the CAWs play, the computers.
Well, you look at the 3-2 favorite and Manny Franco. Now, her most recent, first time in a long time, late June, closing week in Aqueduct. She's favored, Andy. She's right there, tipped out, has every opportunity.
Oh, yeah, she hung like a chandelier in this race. There's no doubt about it. But the winner of this, first of all, it was a ridiculously slow pace. Second of all, the winner of this race, Starlight Dancer, was okay. She's better than the horse I think she's facing here. But she could be pace compromised. And I really think a key to this race could be whether or not Olivia's Grace shows speed. Because if she does and gets in the way of the 8, she not only compromises that one's chances, but she also injects pace into it. Because if the pace is honest here, then I believe Brillante is going to win. And the reason I prefer her to a Greyjoy is, I don't know what Greyjoy's advantage is in this race. She's not a speed. She's got more speed than the 5, but she's not a speed type. Whereas Artistic Success is the speed, theoretically, here. So she can beat her by wiring the field if the 7 isn't aggressive. Where I don't see the same thing happening for the 6 Greyjoy. She'll be closer, but she's not the kind of horse that's going to steal it up front.
Megan has more on Artistic Success.
And trainer Joe Sharp's horses regarding the number 8 Artistic Success always looked the picture as she was tacked outside of the saddling stall. They kept her moving, wasn't bubbling over by any means, and she really looks the part. She's strong. She looks like the main speed in this race. And I agree with Andy as far as trying to hypothesize how the pace does ultimately play out as far as the 7 Olivia's Grace, who I just have always had my question marks with. I feel like she's gone off form, and I do find the number 8 Artistic Success to be the main speed drawing well, and she to me was the best turned out of anybody in this race, along with the number 6 Greyjoy. But I like her in this spot. She draws favorably, and she's got the races to compete as she's been trying to take that stab last time out, doing the same thing. I do find she does have a weaker field than what she faced last time out to do so in. As far as just quickly back on the current 3-2 favorite, the number 5 Brillante, just watching her warm up, really trying to, Manny Franco, get her kind of lit up a little bit and took her away from the pony, got her revved up. I like to see that, trying to keep her focused, keep to task, a horse we talked about not wanting to get out of the gate, trying to get her in a better tactical position, which is ultimately what she will need to do today. Lafitte?
It's interesting with Brillante in the sense that, why are you being so hard on her? Like, she ran 2nd in that race, or 3rd in that race. She was right there. She hadn't raced in a year, 3 months or whatever it was. Yeah, but the flip side of that coin is she's trained by Chad Brown, and when it comes to the layoffs, we've almost been trained to kind of negate that concern going in with a Chad Brown trained runner.
Well, Chad's a victim of his own success. He's brought so many horses back successfully off of layoffs and some elongated layoffs. I think we tend to discount the effect of a layoff for Chad Brown trainees, but every horse is different. And you'd have to think that she'd be better for that race.
Well, let's also point something else out. And, he is good off layoffs, so I wonder somebody's going to run their best races fresh. She ran the exact same buyer figure she ran when she won by 4 1/4 lengths, breaking her maiden at Tampa. Now, I understand that was earlier, 3-year-old year, supposed to improve. But it's not like she ran terribly.
No.
And from Timeform US pace figures, or the figures based on more pace and final time, she ran actually faster. So it's not like she ran badly last time relative to her ability. She might just have been a little overbet last time.
But didn't it feel like she did hang?
She did hang.
Right?
She did hang. So, I agree, but I'm going to tell you right now, I think that was a better race than the one she's in today. Now, hanging horses will sometimes hang no matter what's going on in the races, and I get her being a bit pace dependent, but my point is, I don't think she ran badly last time. I think people are acting as though she ran this bad race and she's just kind of a bum and she's overbet because Chad trains her, and I don't think that's the case. I think she's just better than these horses. I'm not trying to beat her. I can understand if people are. I'm just not that person.
Yeah, well, I'm with him. I mean, if I could ride one, that's the one I want to ride. So.
Even money at post time. Time for the late pick 5. Second leg of the pick 6. Frank Miramonte with the load and call. Post time, race 5 from the Spa live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Give Her Another loading. Rose Lisa. Briante. Grey Joy. Two more. Olivia's Grace and Artistic Success. Walking forward. They're in the gate. A couple of fidgety runners, 3 in fact. And they're off. Very even start. Give Her Another among the leaders. Artistic Success on the far outside is fastest. And Grey Joy is also keen in the early going. Olivia's Grace comes out in 4th. Briante in between horses. Your Desire is down at the rail, and the trailer is Rose Lisa. Into the first turn. And it is Artistic Success who has made it over to the rail, and Jose Ortiz nursing that speed through a quarter that went in 24 4/5 seconds. Grey Joy is right off her flank in second. It's 2 more lengths to Give Her Another. Briante is right next to her as they swing on to the back stretch. Your Desire is next, followed by Rose Lisa and Olivia's Grace. Down the back stretch, Artistic Success could not have had a nicer, smoother opening half mile. Has it a length and a half. Grey Joy in second. The half went in 49 seconds flat. Give Her Another in third. Briante 4th with 4 to make up into the far turn. Your Desire, followed by Rose Lisa, and tailing off Olivia's Grace. Artistic Success leads 3/4 of a length. 3/4 of a mile went in 1:12 3, and they're at the top of the stretch. Grey Joy has been pursuing her throughout as a length behind. Briante on the outside. Give Her Another hemmed in at the rail. Here's Grey Joy now coming to Artistic Success. These two are head and head. On the inside, Artistic Success trying hard. Grey Joy trying to push by past the 16th pole. They come to the wire. Heads are bobbing up and down. Photo finish. Too close to call. Leave it to the placing judges. Between Artistic Success and Grey Joy, it was a matter of which nose bobbed when it mattered. Give Her Another and Your Desire.
Fireworks in the stretch of the 5th at Saratoga. Grey Joy, Artistic Success hitting the wire together.
Don't know who won this one. It's very hard to tell until we watch this slow-mo.
The inside runner, Artistic Success.
Paul doesn't miss. Paul's on in a few moments. Paul, who got it?
Yeah, the 8 got
Take
all
it to
of
the bank.
bob.
Take it to the bank.
Well, I have confidence in that. So the 8, and that will mean that this filly battled back. We can see that white blinker underneath.
And she didn't break. We knew she had the speed coming in. Go back and watch the start here. Artistic Success. A stumble leaving the blocks.
Yeah, bobbled a little bit, but was able to get to the front, no other speed. How bad was Briante?
Yeah,
She
get
was
us, oh,
awful.
man.
Really
and he
bad.
got her in a great position, and she had nothing. But boy, if you bet on Grey Joy, you're kind of counting your money a little bit there. But Cherry chance to win it, and Dylan did nothing wrong. But Artistic Success just got every single bit of this bob.
Every bit of the bob. And we've seen Jose always have a little something left to battle with down to the wire, noses up and down on the wire. And I thought if the 6th Greyjoy got it, it'd have been nice for John Terranova to be the 90th trainer to win a race at the meet.
I picked him tomorrow. Maybe he'll win tomorrow.
89 for the time being.
Friday,
Artistic success, that poor start, overcoming that and surviving that slugfest to the wire with Greyjoy and make it 3 wins on the afternoon. Jose Ortiz.
That half in 49.16 certainly aided in her having something left. Pace makes the race.
But they were together. I mean, Greyjoy, I would argue her success a little bit better of a trip, but they both had their chances. I mean, the favorite, and I picked the favorite. She was awful.
At what point did you start thinking, okay, not her day? Briante.
Quarter pole. I mean, as soon as she came in the stretch, she had nothing. Like just backed up. She was awful.
And was in good enough position to take advantage even with the slow pace.
And this, look, these aren't stakes horses, right? These are $35,000 restricted claimants who had never won 2 races. These two desperately battling and showing some class to try and earn that second race.
And, you know, no matter what level, if they try like this, you've got to appreciate and admire their effort. They were honest, the two of them fighting down to the wire, ears pinned, heads up and down, and then it just comes down to whose nose was in the right place at the right time.
I think if you needed Greyjoy, it wasn't really as exciting a race as some people might think it was. That was a tough beat.
Couldn't have been too late. And many who singled Briante couldn't have felt. Couldn't see that circling the drain.
She stunk. I mean, what are you going to say? She was bad. She didn't take a tough beat. She had nothing.
Now it gets really interesting, Andy, with the 2-year-old races the next hour, races 6 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's obviously the most likely time for fireworks because even though the favorite lost, the second choice won. And these races are always fun for watching. They're great educational races to watch for horses maybe to play going forward.
That's next. 8-6-3-2 here at Saratoga Race 5. We are stepping aside. Look forward to seeing you next time as you take another look at Deep Stretch. Artistic success denying Greyjoy, Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Tom Amos, Paul LaDuca. Up next as our coverage continues on this Wednesday from the Spa. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2. Stay tuned.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, the Wednesday before the Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf. A great week celebrating the life of Christophe Clement here in Saratoga as race 5. That was a close one, just went official, joined by trainer Joe Sharp with the winner in Artistic Success. And you had to be so happy with the way she was able to attain the lead, didn't break the best, and she really fought back in a game way today.
Yeah, I mean, the race set up good on paper, and, you know, she was able to, when I saw the quarter and a half, they were very reasonable fractions, and
I mean, just that gave us a lot of confidence. But Dylan's horse gave her a good run, the whole way down the stretch and went by her, and just she showed a lot of heart to dig back for, a filly that's a non-winner's a 2 life to come back and show that kind of determination. I have a lot of respect for that.
Well done there, but we'll turn to some of the 2-year-olds later on in this card. A lucrative pick 6 sequence. The number 3, Under the Moon, will debut in the 7th. They've been training very well in the mornings. What have you seen from this filly?
Yeah, she's, she came to us out of the Phasig Mid-Atlantic sale, and she's been real straightforward since coming here, and she's put together a series of good works. Jose's actually was on another horse in company when she worked a couple weeks ago out of the gate over on the main track, and so he got to see how well she worked, and I think he has some confidence in her today. And first time out, we're just looking to get a good experience and run well, and I think based on everything she's shown us in the morning, she should do that.
Well, congratulations here, and best of luck down the lane.
Thank you.
Artistic success, incredibly impressive here in this 5th, as we'll look to again, as I mentioned, a very lucrative pick 6 sequence. These 2-year-olds are certainly going to give us a thrill. It's always exciting. We are going to, though, welcome in a new team here in the late show. Break time, though. Be sure to continue to follow along. $192,000 carryover here on this Wednesday. The action is only getting started. We'll see you in a minute on the other side of this break.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure!
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Saratoga. Second half of the Wednesday card from the premier meet in the country. Today's feature, Answered Prayers, will take on multiple winners, but is the morning line favorite off back-to-back strong, solid runner-up efforts at Churchill Downs. Her trainer had a pretty good weekend. Hall of Famer Bill Mott breathing a sigh of relief after his reigning Horse of the Year sovereignty got back to the horse we all thought he was with that Whitney win. Hidden Rose, real threat to the favorite in today's 8th.
She improved off a win out of town here at Saratoga. Can she get the distance? Her conditioner, pretty good weekend himself. A win in the Hall of Fame on the day his late father was inducted into the Hall, and back-to-back in the 4-star Dave with a horse he captured at first ever Grade 1 with. Christophe Clement, of course, being run this weekend, and Miguel will have a chance to win it with this one right here. Tawnyport, coming off a race in which he punched his ticket down under. All that ahead this week, as we're 18 minutes away from race 6 coming up on this Wednesday card on a gorgeous late afternoon here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Good to be with you. Race 6 coming up shortly. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Paul Aduca, Jonathan Kinchin, 4 of us up here as we get set for the latter half of this card. And we'll see what happens here in this 8th. Answered Prayers and Hidden Rose look like the 2 to beat in that race.
They do, and they're right next to each other in the 1 and the 2 hole. Answered Prayers coming from Churchill Downs. It seems to me through the last couple of years, Churchill Downs races have got so tough that when I'm measuring one horse coming from there against one that's stationed here, I'll go for the one from the Midwest from Churchill Downs.
And I think Hidden Rose, you know, we'll get to the video of Answered Prayers, but you know, when you get to Hidden Rose the 2, I just think, you know, she's only been around one turn her whole career. Actually, Delaware's a 2-turn race, but her 2-turn races she's won at smaller racetracks, JK. She won at Finger Lakes and she won at Delaware. She got run down here.
Yeah, she did. The thing with this race, the 8th, for me, is the pace situation. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of pace in here. I think whoever finds himself on the front end, whether it be the 1 or the 2 or possibly even the 4, should get an advantageous trip versus this group.
Hidden Rose on dirt, at least, going beyond a mile for the first time in her career. For Miguel Clement, Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. That's coming up in race 8 later on in the card, where again, we're only 17 minutes away from race 6. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 7th race, we have maiden special weight. And that 8th, the one we've talked about, race 9, will close things out on the lawn on this Wednesday card. 6th race, though, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Restricted maiden special weight race for 2-year-old fillies. Look at the current board, and we have a Chad Brown first-time starter, YOLO Train, a Jack Christopher 2-year-old filly. One of these new sires here that there's a lot of intrigue with. We'll see if this one can take to the lawn. When we come back, we'll have the post-parade for you, paddock report as well. We're going to take a timeout. 2-1 favorite, YOLO Train from that outside post for the leading barn at the meet when we come back.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jack Christopher now to move right alongside. Running Son of a Gun is down at the rail and in third. Gunite is next in fourth as they come down for the furlong marker. And it is Jack Christopher who now gets away from the field. It is Jack Christopher in front. Gunite moves into second. Running Son of a Gun down at the rail in third. It is Jack Christopher. Back to sprinting today, back to winning today, the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Three-time Grade 1 winner, including here at Saratoga in this race. The Allen Jerkins, trained by Chad Brown. He was an exceptional sprinter, and he wasn't too bad, too, when he went along in the Haskell, showing just how talented he was hitting the board that day.
It was indeed, and he had that distinctive white blaze that you could see, and he throws it to his babies a little bit. I looked at a bunch of McKeelan this past September, horses that are now racing this year.
And here's one of two by Jack Christopher in this sixth race here. Again, this one for Chad Brown. Outside post here, and Arad Ortiz Jr. injured last Saturday in the 8th race. Expected to miss, I believe, about 10 more days with a foot injury. X-rays, good news, did come back negative. Hoping to return on Alabama Day. His brother Jose will fill in for him here, who already has a couple of victories picking up for Arad on this Wednesday card. Let's go to Maggie.
Hi, Greg. We'll take a look here at some of the horses in the paddock, including that one that Arad was meant to be on, Jose, picking up the mount on number 10, YOLO Train, as he is, she is a horse that sold for $65,000. Obviously, this is a restricted maiden special weight, so this is for horses that sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less at their most recent sale. Now, she's a daughter of Jack Christopher, and actually Jack Christopher, being a son of Munnings himself, we've seen a few of his progeny actually perform very well sprinting on the turf. 2 for 5 so far, obviously a very small sample, but they've kind of looked that way too. And watching this gal in that workout, she wasn't asked that much, and she kind of looked fairly sizable, which she is here in the paddock, which I like to see, and she did cover a good bit of ground. Now, I don't exactly know how the book came up, but I'm wondering if Chad was hoping that maybe this was one of the longer turf races, because despite being a Jack Christopher, like I said, there's some scope to her. So we'll see how fast she ultimately proves to be. And she's been working at Mama's, so unable to watch her workouts there. But she's done everything right in the paddock. She checks every box. Like I said, the only concern is, does she want more ground? But she's professional, she's fit, and she's a nice physical overall relative to her competition today. I'm a bit interested in a long shot, and that's number 2, Mi Gordita. She sold at OBS March for $49,000 to Fernando Abreu as she worked 10 flat. She was asked a little bit more for that, and she's not the most efficient mover, but she was pretty quick and rapid type of mover where there is not much pedigree to go on. The dam, she wasn't much in her 2 turf starts, but 2 of the 4 foals have been winners. I think she looks as though this is what she wants to do here. She has a massive turf hoof on her, very slack pasterns, and she came into the paddock with a lot of intensity. She's actually chilled out a little bit now, which I like to see, but the fact that, she was coming over and she was, really, really focused on the muscle, and she has the one quality about a filly that I love to see, and that is those big ears. And you can ask any trainer, a lot of times they talk about the big ears on fillies and mares usually means they're runners. Yes, I think she's about 90% fit. She might need this one. But Acacia, as we welcome you into the show, I just wanted to highlight her, but you have some thoughts on 2 horses to her outside.
Yeah, it should be fun. I always love that old racing adage, Maggie. Big ears, big heart. But as you mentioned, taking a look at a couple of first-time starters, beginning with the number 4 for Linda Rice, Bank the Money Honey. None of her workouts are available on First TV, and according to the DRF Clocker report, they've been forgettable in the mornings. But you can watch her gallop at the Timonium May 2-year-old sale. They did not do timed breezes there this year, but you can get a feeling as to how horses move. And the way that she moved first, she seemed to me like a little bit of knee action, so thought that was interesting that she does debut on the turf. There was a sibling to win on the grass, though that one was by Kitten's Joy. Far stronger turf influence than the Central Banker that she is by, and there was a full sibling who is a dirt horse. So some mixed signals there, but she does look pretty athletic and she has some size to her. She's gotten much sharper now that they've gotten the tack on her. Typically for Linda Rice, you like to see them have a start, but one that I would watch with interest. Now, just to her inside is the number 3, Ome Maria, Fort Riley Mott. She's been training over at Ellis Park, so nothing to really be able to read as far as her workouts are for her debut. She did come in wearing a training saddle, and she is outfitted with shortcut cheater blinkers. So not something that you love to see with that equipment on. Training saddle quite normal, just to take away the jarring effects of putting the racing tack on. She's been very quiet here in the paddock, though. Almost wish she would perk up a little bit more, but she does have a nice pedigree and fits these conditions. By Twirling Candy's progeny I love on the turf, and she is the half-sister to grade 3 place KP All Systems Go, who was a 3-time turf winner, and she looks like a turf horse. Very strong shoulder to her. Like I said, she's been ultra professional for Riley. Junior Alvarado will be aboard this one, so we'll see if she can perk up and get a touch more intensity as we get closer on to race time, Greg.
All right, Acacia, Maggie, thank you both. 8 minutes away from the 6th. It starts a pick 4. We got a couple guys going after it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go after it myself. I mean, look, in these first 2 legs, the 6th and the 7th race, a couple of maiden races, meaning horses have never won. But more importantly, 17 of the 22 starters in these races have never raced. They're all debuting. So you have to look at the board here to see what looks good. Obviously, the 10 is the horse they're betting on in here at 9-5, a first-time starter. I include him, and I do spread it out. I'm going to narrow it down in the 8th race. I like Answer Prayers very much in the 8th race, the 1 horse, and then I'll pick it up and spread it out again in the last leg, and it's a $32 ticket. Take a shot there.
All right, Paulie, how are you going to go after it?
Well, Tom and I are completely different in race number 7, right? Just shows you how tough of a race it is. I'm going to go with the horses that have experience in there, the 4 and the 10. I'm going to go deep in this race, try to go race 6. In race number 8, I'm with Tom. I think the 1 is the horse to beat, but I'm also going to use Hidden Rose, who's 2 for 2 around 2 turns. And Sail Away, who's kind of been proven at the 1.8 distance. Race 9, I thought it was 5-second 9 in there. Gum, the 7 Bourbon Milk Punch is probably the pace in there, and then Mistborn, Chad Brown.
All right, a couple different ways to play it. Good luck to everyone going after it. JK, what about this first leg to get us started? Where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to turf sprints, I like horses that draw outside. Now, you have a little bit of a disadvantage with a first-time starter. Richie talks about it often, about how they kind of, like water, they flow to open space. You have that problem that could come from a situation like this. But I also just don't really want a young horse getting stopped either. At least I know the 10 will be outside, in the clear, trained by a guy in Chad Brown that can get horses like this to win first time out. Look, by no means would I try to convince you to get away with just the 10 in a multi-race wager here. I'd like to use a lot more than that, but I feel like I'm guessing and hoping a little bit more. I have a feeling this horse will run at least well enough to run first or second.
Meanwhile, this one on the screen with experience, Tom, race under the belt for Jimmy Ryerson. Start number 2 coming up. What'd you like about this coming into the second start?
Well, you know, oftentimes when you're looking at horses running on the grass, which is the case in this race, you want to see what their family has done on it. And with Sweet Grace, her family has done pretty well with the siblings. They're 3 for 9 on the turf. She's got a start under her belt. I think the most improvement you see in thoroughbreds is typically from their first to second start. As trainers, you know, we're out there watching those horses, we're critiquing that race, and we're working on the things that they can do better, whether it's behavior before the race or in the gate or being around other horses. We're constantly trying to fine-tune that horse for the second start. We have the advantage of having a start under our belt to do that, so Sweet Grace is mine, the 8.
Yeah, I'm along with you. I just thought that she didn't break well last time. She was kind of flat-footed, and I thought she moved okay. I just think there's a lot of hidden speed underneath there. If she can get out of the gate, it's really hard to tell. As you look at the 10, looks tremendous as she's walking to the track.
You can play all the action, too. Get signed up right there at NyraBets.com. Get a $200 deposit match, new customer bonus, spot 200. That code to use at sign up to take advantage and bet on over 300 tracks around the world, including here on the New York circuit all summer long. and beyond. Coming down Champions Way, we hear the call to post in the background. Post parade will kick us off with a Rudy Rodriguez first-time starter, an Into Mischief filly. There's some turf pedigree with the second dam. It was pretty good.
Yeah, make the rider Jamie Rodriguez, as you said. There is a little bit of turf pedigree there, but the one hole is a very difficult hole to break out of for a beginner.
Mi Gordita at 12-1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, not much on Tail of Silence on the turf. He never raced on the turf, but this one owned and trained by Fernando Abreu.
Whoa, the 4 rearing up there in the background. Omi Maria for Riley Mott.
Another first-time starter. Oftentimes, these young horses that have not run, you look at the board. This one's getting bet on a little bit.
Manny Franco, good job staying on. Bank the money, honey, debuter.
Look, this horse has been working steadily in the morning here. Philly by Central Banker does such a good job over turf.
Here's the other Jack Christopher filly, and one with a start under the belt on dirt.
Yeah, on dirt, making a switch to grass. Not a lot to go on turf-wise there.
Tappin' Magic Dam produced a pretty good one. Run Curtis Run, good turf sprinter.
Yeah, this horse, Eddie Barker does have 1 win from 5 starts this year.
Here's Bourbon Mojo, Jamie Begg, interesting at a price.
Interesting at a price because there is some turf there.
Sweet Grace, the Jimmy Ryerson second-time starter.
And Jimmy Ryerson has won with a couple of his turf spinners going to the front end. Will this son of Kenny Wright or daughter of Kenny Wright show more speed today?
Decimal Point. Dan was a 3-time winner on the turf, great at stakes place, going long.
Yeah, true. One of the first-time starters and probably the longest price on the board, and is indeed the longest price on the board. Maybe save this one for next time.
And the Jack Christopher first-time starter taking all the money for Chad Brown YOLO Train.
Yeah, and you got to upgrade this filly as well because Chad trained the sire. It seems like they have a knack for the offspring as well.
All right, so here, that's the field 2 minutes away from the start of this pick 4 coming up. As we take a look at this 4, it looks to have settled down after rearing up. I don't know if you're able to catch it there in that post parade. But
not unusual. I mean, horses leave the paddock. They're a little bit jacked, especially a first-time starter. You get a little energy out of them on the track, which is exactly what Manny Franco is doing here.
Meanwhile, Tappin' Magic, the 6. Let's go back to this 15-1 shot. You don't really think, oh, I want a turf sprinter. Let's get a Tacitus. But on the dam side, Run Curtis Run, the dam produced that one, who was a stakes winner, graded stakes place sprinting on the grass. Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pedigree there. I mean, well, and we see just off the screen, a horse did get loose there. The 2-horse did dump the rider there, Ricardo Santana. Hopefully everything will be okay. Ricardo is getting up. You see him on the screen. The horse kind of just spooked a little bit right outside the 4, so it looks like the 2 is going to be running around the racetrack. Hopefully they can collar her.
So these horses are beginners, and everything is new to them that they're doing today. They've never been on the racetrack with a group of other horses in the afternoon like this. They've never been saddled in the paddock before, and oftentimes that behavior in the paddock, they'll bring it to the track with them, and they'll be a little bit flighty. We saw it in the case of the 4-horse, and now we just see it in the case of the 2.
Good to see Ricardo Santana Jr. walking off under his own power right there. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, with regards to Mi Gordita, I didn't see what happened. You guys kind of summed it up, but currently she is running off the wrong way. I just saw both the outriders try to go down there to corner her, to apprehend her, as she and the 4, like you guys said, were definitely the 2 that were most revved up in the paddock, and it spilled over to the racetrack. But I want to talk about another firster that I find intriguing, as I'll bring you an update as far as the status of Mi Gordita in this race, if I hear it over the loudspeaker from Frank Miramati. But number 7, that is Bourbon Mojo. Now, I'll admit that I wasn't in love with her workout 2-back over the turf, but the way she was ridden, it was like they didn't actually want her to do that much because, and we do have a late scratch in number 2, Mi Gordita. Whoa, oh man, she just flew by us here in front of the stands with 2 outriders. She is elusive, to say the least, at the moment. But getting back to my girl here, number 7, Bourbon Mojo, I liked her gallop video, if you will. And they did some of those consignments. They actually really asked the horses to work there at Timonium, and some just didn't. They adhered to the actual just galloping, and she did. But the way she moved was very, very turf meant to me, and she's come back with some faster workouts on the dirt here for Jamie Begg. She looks fast. There's a lot of substance to her. She has a massive hind end. My pick will be, however, number 8 in here. I do like Bourbon Mojo, but Sweet Grace has the experience, plus a little bit of a hunch play for me because I have a don't make me angry, Sweet Grace, because I do have a Sweet Grace at home. But this is the sister to Silsby, who's an accomplished turf sprinter for George Weaver, New York bred. And I thought she ran well first time out, as we still see number 2 loose there, running back to her friends. But Sweet Grace, she broke okay, but she was sitting in hand with Christopher Elliott. So as Paul kind of mentioned, wondering if she will show a bit more speed today. She was so much more calm, so much more professional. We saw that greenness when she was down the stretch too, reluctant to switch leads there, Acacia, but I think she builds upon that effort. I think she'll be tough here.
I'm with you, Maggie. I also landed on the experienced Sweet Grace as my top pick. But talking about another horse with experience in the number 5, Sea Isle City. I didn't cover her first race, but she does have some pedigree to suggest that she should handle the turf as far as Jack Christopher, who discussed back in the paddock, and she's worked on the grass as well. She was inside of an unraced horse, and she was a little second best on the gallop out, but she did seem to cover the ground okay when getting onto the turf. She's pretty big, though. She is another one of these Jack Christophers, but she's more the blocky type of Jack Christopher build. We'll see what happens if she gets onto the turf and if that will help her to take a step forward. A big long shot I wanted to draw attention to, though, is the number 9 Decimal Point. For whatever reason, this horse just kept catching my eye, and she actually does have a lot of pedigree out of a stakes winning mare who was the 3-time turf winner. Mind Control has had 3 winners, one of them a turf sprinter. And while she's been very sharp and she has settled a little bit now on the track, she's a massive price. I don't know if today is going to be the day, but one to watch with interest because she's a horse that may really improve with the race, Greg, and one that you might want to see next time out.
Keisha, thank you. Good news. They caught up to the 2 Gordito, who has been scratched, obviously, after running off there and dumping Ricardo Santana Jr. And Jeremiah Engelhardt, wow, with this one.
Some handiness there, helping out a friend. And he's got a horse in the next race, does Jeremiah.
Yeah, it was very intriguing, by the way. She's fast money. We'll see in the 7th.
Good work there,
Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
So good job, Jeremiah, if he was involved there, but he's filling in to help out. 8-5. JK, should anyone be 8-5 in this race?
I mean, somebody's got to be 8-5 in here, I think. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. Why not go with a guy who wins a lot of races like this, wins a lot of races at this meet? Look, it's one of those deals where I don't love the horse. I'm not going to bet the horse to win, but the horse is probably the most likely winner. And these types of horses, when you try to beat them, they win by 4, and then you feel stupid. We're guessing in races like this.
A horse that doesn't have a ton of turf pedigree, though, to make 8-5, first time starting here, new sire. It's a little short, isn't it?
Well, look, part of the reason is, of course,
Chad
Brown is
yes?
a trainer and Jose Ortiz is the rider. But another thing is, and Maggie talked about this. So this is a restricted race. And it's for horses that were sold at the sale for no more than $65,000 the last time at the sale. This horse slips right under the limit, selling for $65,000. So in terms of what these horses sold for, he just barely fits the condition, and I think that might have a little bit to do with it too.
I think it's a lot of key money, Greg, because this is a horse that's been working out at Monmouth Park in New Jersey. So a lot of us and a lot of the people that get out the workout report in the morning, Mike Walsh and his fellow mates, they don't have this horse on the workout report, so this is obviously some real money here. And like we said, don't dismiss the horses that he has down there at Monmouth.
Right. Make no mistake, this outside post is a difficult post for a first-time starter. Horses tend to shy from competition the first time they're out. There's nothing keeping him in outside of him, so they tend to break out and lose momentum. In a race this short, that can be a real problem for our favorite.
The other thing I'll say is that I think we all would probably have the consensus trainer if I said, who is the most likely trainer on the grounds to win a grass race with a horse with no turf pedigree.
Of course, yeah, no question, Chad Brown.
Chad Brown.
But that's not a concern that there's so little turf pedigree?
Of course it is. I mean, look, the family lineage,
not to the
particularly on the
bettors
grass, is so crucial. So 8 to 5, I think it's a little too short.
But here's the deal. Like I said, Chad obviously trained Jack Christopher. Maybe he thinks they're going to like the turf a little bit. You don't know what's going inside the mind, and this is a 2-year-old filly making her first career start, or maybe, you know, at Monmouth Park, or they found a race with this condition, the 65,000 and under, and it wasn't on dirt, it was on turf, so they landed here.
But yeah, back to JK's point, I mean, it's pretty remarkable that we see Chad Brown win so often with horses that don't seemingly have a lot of turf pedigree.
I've seen a history of him, and you know, he breaks the rules when it comes to looking at the female family and seeing how good they are or aren't on the grass. He naturally gets them to run well on the grass. They do everything well in his barn, dirt and grass.
Well, Tappin Magic, the 6th, stepped in. Here's the 7, Bourbon Mojo. Second dam of this one was not only second at Royal Ascot, and the Group 2 Queen Mary was favored in that race as well. 3-time group place runner. We'll see if this one can run as well as Grandma did on the lawn. Some big works coming in for Jamie Begg. Double-digit odds, 11-1. Here's Sweet Grace. Race under her belt for Jimmy Ryerson. But 2 Jack Christophers debuting, one of them outside for Chad Brown, the 10, the favorite, YOLO Train. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Sea Isle City and YOLO Train to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. YOLO Train ever so slightly bobbled, but had so much speed it was irrelevant. And she goes right to the front. On the inside, Instant Stardom is flashing speed, and Sweet Grace is a little quicker than both. And so Sweet Grace and YOLO Train go on. Instant Stardom suddenly 3 lengths back in third, followed by Sea Isle City, who is racing on the inside some 7 lengths off the lead. Bourbon Mojo is just outside of her. 2 clear of Omi Maria, who is toward the back of the field, a couple of lengths in front of Bank the Money Honey. Decimal Point is second to last. Tappin Magic at the back, 21-2. Sizzle Fest to the quarter pole. YOLO Train on the outside of Sweet Grace. These two are head and head, but that's not happening anymore. YOLO Train puts her right away, and now chasing is Sea Isle City, moving into second, far outside Decimal Point. But this is the unveiling of YOLO Train. YOLO Train. Very impressive. Wins by 4.5 lengths. Sea Isle City was second in front of Decimal Point and Tappin Magic.
Incredibly impressive first time out. YOLO Train just pulls away from this field after what Frank Miramati called a sizzle fest, part of that hot pace up front.
Yeah, and look, I mean, out the gate with YOLO Train, kind of stumbles a little bit out of the gate, recovers very quickly, makes the lead with a horse that's got more experience. But you can tell with the rider. Let's watch the start right here, Paul, watching the 10 horse.
Yeah, the 10, yeah, he does kind of bobble a little bit, but gets right back on her feet. And the 8, Sweet Grace, actually pressed her, JK. But, you know, I think, Tom, you made a comment. He had moved his hands on the 10.
Look, Chad Brown's won 11 Dianas, right? The most important grass race we probably run here at Saratoga. If you win 11 Dianas, you probably know if a horse wants to run on the grass a little bit. This horse clearly wanted to run on the grass.
And you knew who was going to win when they turned for home. I mean, Jose Ortiz hadn't moved his hands on YOLO Train. That's the way he's going to communicate to the horse. He's doing it now. You see his hands moving forward. He's saying, okay, you can give me what you got. And she's drawing clear.
Yeah, the horse with experience runs second here. Sea Isle City, Louis Sayed's right in really good form right now. And then Decimal Point will right out. You round out your try, but you end up getting 9 to 5 on YOLO Train.
What a day for Jose Ortiz. And taking advantage of his brother on the shelf. Third winner that would have gone to his brother. Jose Ortiz says, thank you very much. It's YOLO Train, dominant here. First asking for Chad Brown.
building up alongside of Knightsbridge. And now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building. Yes, he is.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Pick 4 underway. Pretty dominant performance from a Jack Christopher, first-time starter. Our program brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 4-win day. Jose Ortiz starting to open up on the field. 3 of those wins. Mounts that would have been his brothers, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the shelf with that foot injury.
Flavian probably feels like he's getting tag teamed here. Like it's like in a wrestling match. Irad tagged in Jose, and it's tough.
Yeah, 9-5, and I think Irad's sitting at home. How competitive he is, probably not having the greatest day.
And the question I guess I asked you, 9-5 was too high.
Yeah,
should have been a lot shorter.
Hindsight's 20/20 in this game.
YOLO Train, Sea Isle City, 10-5-9-6 finish. Let's go to Acacia.
Very happy to be here with winning owner Michael Dubb. We also have Pete Simel, also known as Palm Beach Pete. He looks like he's your social media man over there as well. But Michael, very impressive debut from YOLO Train.
Yeah, you know, I got to give credit to Steve Young. He picked the horse out. We were paying attention to this particular condition. Jack Christopher, Chad trained Jack Christopher. But Chad called me up and said, you know, Mike, this horse looks like it's turf. And he's got pretty good instincts, and his instincts, as usual, are spot on.
I would certainly say so, as you do have a dirt runner with Chad coming up in the next race as well, and Lauren's Time, I know named for co-owner Steve Boucher's daughter, Lauren. But tell me a little bit about hers. She seems to have done everything right so far.
Yeah, I mean, Chad has really been very positive about the horse. We bought that horse last year at the sale, the summer sale here at Saratoga, and we're cautiously optimistic. You know, you never know what happens first time out, but this horse today was ready.
Yeah, certainly. And Pete, has to be always fun to be with good friends in the winner's circle.
It's amazing because we go back since the crib. We grew up together, and then we recognized each other recently in West Hampton Beach, and he invited me up. He's the most gracious host, and he's an amazing person. So it feels really good, obviously.
Always special. It's all about celebrating together. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Greg?
Keisha, thank you. Michael Dubb having an incredible summer here at this Saratoga meet. And YOLO Train, nothing like having a 2-year-old first-time starter not only get you in the winner's circle, but win impressively like that, Tom.
Yeah, you start thinking about the future with horses like that, and that's an exciting feeling if you love thoroughbred racing.
And we had the pick 6 so far. We did have the favorite in the 4th race, the pick 6 carryover. Second choice in race 5, and now the favorite here in race 6.
Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day is next. 2-year-old fillies on dirt in this New York bred maiden special weight. And a little more wide open in this one here. Wow, the 10 opening up as the top choice on the board. Very modest favorite. Linda Rice runner, and one that debuted on turf and now will go to dirt in this spot ahead.
A horse that wasn't really well bet in the first start. It's a bit of a surprise to see the money showing here on this horse.
It's a tough race. 2-year-old fillies. It looks like all these horses are going to get bet. I mean, you lean on the horse that got experience. We saw a horse run second, but then you get a horse that could be a first-time starter like Chad's in the last race.
As Paulie said, pretty formful in this pick 6 carryover. We'll see if things open up here in the 7th. Kind of race where you look at that board, it looks like it might. All kinds of records shattered at the Fasig-Tipton sale. Gross, average, median that were set last year, over $118 million going through that auction ring. We'll be back.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Here in the Fasig-Tipton Sales Pavilion, this is where all of the action is going to take place when the yearlings go through the ring to be sold. Of course, also selling the dream of racing as a 2-year-old across the street and winning some of the biggest races in our sport. But one of the most exciting things about yearling sales is getting a chance to see the freshman sires and their offspring. That's horses that you just in the last couple of years watched on the racetrack, and now we have the chance to see if they were able to pass on that ability, that physique, and that heart to their offspring.
Down to the wire, Cody's Wish wins it.
Cody's Wish, a Horse of the Year, 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, has his first yearlings on the ground. This is Hip 4, son of Cody's Wish, who has that size and substance that his sire had. As a yearling, he still has plenty of growing to do. We see how much size he already has. Very excited to see what the progeny of Cody's Wish do. Of course, we'll get a chance to see them next year as 2-year-olds.
Forte to win the FanDuel
Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
We're looking at a filly by Forte, a very talented 2-year-old and talented 3-year-old as well. He won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and then would come back and win races like the Florida Derby as a 3-year-old. Yearling filly, she seems like she's got a lot of quality to her. We'll see if she can have the precocity of her sire coupled with his stamina that he was able to show as a 3-year-old as well. Trained by Todd Pletcher, who has been incredible with his success of his former trainees going on into the stallion shed.
But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
This is a filly by Elite Power, who was champion sprinter. On top of that, a son of Curlin. He found his home sprinting, though, and was incredibly talented for trainer Bill Mott, who has some exciting freshman stallions on the ground this year. This particular filly is also the half-sister to a Breeders' Cup winner in British Idiom. So you see the exciting sire power combined with some of the pedigree power from the female line as well. You think speed, you think athleticism with a horse like Elite Power. These are only yearlings, so we'll have to wait at least a year before we see them hit the racetrack. But the excitement is there as far as this freshman crop of stallions is concerned. We just got a little taste of what's out there today, and soon we'll be able to see if they can make their mark not only on the racetrack, but in the breeding shed.
Really cool piece. One of the exciting things we love about this game, these new sires going into that second career and what they can produce at stud. Talk about fireworks at the Fasig-Tipton sale Monday and Tuesday here in town. Here's the sale topper, hip 200, $4.2 million. Oh, sorry, this was hip 200 for $4 million. Gun runner out of 4 Graces, who was a multiple graded stakes winner. Sale topper was this one here, hip 136, $4.2 million. Son of Into Mischief, full brother to Barnes, multiple graded stakes winner.
You know, Tom, obviously you look at the bottom pedigrees of these horses and you get a look at these horses out of the ring. Does anything change your mind in the ring?
I think in the ring is where you can get fooled the most. It's almost like looking at a diamond in a jewelry store when they're in the ring. You know, those diamonds look great in the lighted cabinet, but when you get them outside, that's why it's so important to look at them in the mornings when they're not, you know, polished like a new gemstone.
Like Into Mischief and Gunrunner had a pretty good day.
Hip 154 there. Another, look at all those Into Mischiefs. But that one, another Into Mischief out of a Curlin mare Beyond Perfection, a half-sister to Kentucky Derby winner Always Dreaming. And all kinds of records set. Again, average median gross, new record at the Fasig-Tipton sale. President and CEO Boyd Browning Jr. said he believed this is the greatest sale that he's seen in his life. You're going to look back on this sale and look back at just some amazing horses who do things on the racetrack. We'll see.
That's the key, isn't it? I mean, you know, they went for a lot of money and the averages were way up this year, but it's what they do a couple of years from now. Look, none of those horses have ever had tack on their back. They've never had a saddle on. You're buying them based on conformation, which is physical strength and family.
We like to talk about positive signs in the game. People spending that kind of money for these types of horses is a good sign that people are interested, they're participating, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. I can't see how that could be viewed as bad.
So, and we got new players. Some of these are new owners.
Yeah, new owners. And you saw in there, too, there was a son of Sweet Loretta who won the spin away here. I mean, there was just so many unbelievable pedigrees.
Chad Brown, we just saw him win on the lawn sprinting with a Jack Christopher. Now he's got a Yaupon filly debuting, trying to win on dirt. Dylan Davis will ride the 6 Lawrence time. JK, Tom, you're both landing here. What'd you like?
Well, I like Chad Brown, number one. The workout report looked pretty good to me, JK. What'd you see?
Yeah, I mean, look, I could have flipped a coin. If someone on graphics would have heard me say 9, I wouldn't have asked him to change it. If someone would have heard me say 11, I wouldn't have asked him to change it. I just happen to say 6. I just think that this is a wide open race. We're guessing a little bit. I think the 6 has some talent based on what we've seen in the morning. The 9, the purchase price from the OBS sale, and the 11 towards the outside is another one. So I think this is a wide open race.
Meanwhile, Polly, Sweet Lisa, experienced but on a different surface. Right now, 5-1 for Linda Rice. What'd you like here?
I just think that she's well bred for the dirt. And I think that race over the turf was just kind of a just to give the horse a race type of feel, and you can watch in the race. She kind of broke slow, was wandering, kind of a little green, and then getting on the dirt second time. And blinkers go on. That's a dangerous move for Linda.
So 5-1 sweep Lisa surface switch here. And there's Linda in the background. Meanwhile, Joe Sharp with Under the Moon. Some big works according to the DRF clock report, including that bullet gate drill here at Saratoga back on July 26th.
Yeah, that's the one that caught my attention as well, Greg. July 26th, 5/8 from the gate. As trainers, when we're getting horses ready to run, these workouts will mean different things to us. But usually when we go to the gate, we want to test drive. We want to see what do we have, so we're going to let them break as sharp as they can and go on from there. A good gate work usually means a good performance.
And Jose looking for his 5th on the card. He'll have Serafia in race number 8, and in race number 9 he picks up the mount on Bergen Milk Punch. Could we see another 6-win day?
Paul, you know better than that. Did you ever ask a pitcher if he's throwing a no-hitter?
No, I just caught it and threw it back.
8 minutes away from the 7th. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll start here with a Joe Sharp runner as he's looking for another winner on the card. That's number 3 in here, Under the Moon, who they paid only $45,000 for her at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Daughter of Greatest Honor, who is picking up a little bit of steam here with his freshman crop of horses. There's not much pedigree on the bottom side, though. Unraced dam. This is her first full. But I have liked what I've seen in the morning from Under the Moon. 2 back, you can watch that breeze on First TV, where earned the bullet, only out of 10, but she breaks very quickly on the inside of an unraced mate and kind of really left him behind and you know, stayed into the bridle very nicely the whole way. And I do think when Joe and Jose Ortiz meet up and hook up with a horse, that it usually means business. Now, she has been kept away from the others. So far, she's been very professional. She is wearing cotton in her ears, so she might have shown the propensity to be a little bit of a higher strung type of filly, but knock on wood, so far so good. She's incredibly athletic looking in here, a little bit on the smaller side. Wish there was maybe a little bit more substance to her, but it's an efficient build where I think she has a really nice stride and really gets over the ground, much bigger than what her actual frame is. As we'll move on to her inside with number 2, Baby Beth for Jorge Abreu. They paid $100,000 for this one at the Timonium sale, and I really like the stride on this filly. Very big, fluid stride to her, but she's another one that isn't that big overall, but boy, is she poised here in the paddock. And I've been watching her workouts too. Last one over the Oklahoma on August 7th. She was right on the outside of a horse that looks more turf meant, to be fair. And then you'll see a horse by the name Big Handsome, who is entered to run this Saturday, who I've been watching a lot of his workouts and I really like him. So a 2-year-old report forthcoming on Big Handsome, but she held her own against this guy. And I was talking with Jorge too, and he said he definitely has a lot of promise, but so does she here. And I just like the way that she has represented herself in the paddock today. She's well balanced, and I like what I'm seeing from her here, Acacia, but both you and I have some interest in a big filly towards the outside, the cleverly named Davidson.
Yeah, I love that name. Out of Harley Girl, Maggie. And yes, she is beautifully put together. She does strike you as one that may appreciate a little bit more ground down the line, but she worked fast at the 2-year-old sale, going 10 flat at the OBS March sale. Now, she was swapping leads a little bit, a touchscreen and erratic in that workout, but she did level nicely, and I think she was reacting to the crop more than anything else in there. You can watch a workout from July 10th on First TV where she was inside an unraced mate and always going easier, but I just liked the way that she was put together in the class that she does seem to exude. If you go back in the pedigree, the second dam is also the sister to Zenyatta, so a little bit of class in there as well. One to watch with interest. The number 5, She's Fast Money, debuting for Jeremiah Englehart, who is very dangerous with his 2-year-old first-time starters. She was a bit vocal coming into the paddock. That's not uncommon sometimes for a Jeremiah firster. She galloped at the Timonium Dam Sale, where it took her a little bit of time to get going in that gallop, but I liked the way she was moving a lot better watching her workouts. The one you can watch is with Bambuzi, who is a 3-year-old first-time starter who is in tomorrow, and while she had to work to keep up a bit, I always give credit to horses that work with older, and she is sharp and very, very fit for her debut as Junior Alvarado picks up this mount, Greg.
Interesting race with all these firsters. We got named after this body of water as well. Just a few miles away from the racetrack. Is that JK's boat right there?
Yeah. He didn't get a golf cart, but he got a boat.
Yep. Saratoga Lake, the filly we're going to see coming up here in race 7 for Horacio de Paz, having the best Saratoga start of his career. And here she is. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard.
If you're at Saratoga Lake, make sure you make a little reservation at the Sagamore. Do you throw out any Horacio de Paz horse, especially the New York breds, has been firing with all of them.
He sure has. You'd like to think that this horse would be taking just a tad bit more money if it was meant to win today.
12-1 for the debut coming up, and all of a sudden, Under the Moon, it's taking all the money here at 5-2. Has opened up as the pretty solid favorite. So we get set for a post parade coming up. I want to remind everyone playing the contests Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Contests and feeders, $300 buy-in, cash and seat prizes. Registration accepted up to post time. So good luck to everyone going after it. Wish you all the best. We love these races. Who will step forward in this New York bred maiden special weight? This post parade brought to you in part by the new reimagined Belmont Park. Return to racing September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. Here's Empirical March, Ken McPeak Barn.
Yeah, longest price in the field from that one hole, maybe for next time.
Jorge Abreu with Baby Beth.
16% with first-time starters debuting on the dirt.
Under the Moon, the favorite, Joe Sharp.
I think that work 2 back from the gate going 5/8 a mile makes this horse the favorite.
Speed and experience in the debut in the queue, backed up first time out.
I wanted to be against this horse, but that race was just too good. The race, I mean, I know the horse finished 5th, beaten 9, but it was like barely 5th. He was almost 3rd by like a half an inch.
Here's She's Fast Money, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, another first-time starter, and the rider's going to be Junior Alvarado here.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, a Yaupon filly, Lawrence time.
Yeah, horse seems to be doing well, training well, and you see those Mike Dub soaks on. You could have worse soaks on so far for this meet.
Lady Azul coming out of that same in the queue race, the 4 for Mike Maker.
She's lost it right at the break there. She fell way back and showed a little late interest, has a race experience.
It's the one named after the lake 3 miles away, 12-1.
Just feels a little cold on the board.
Shug McGahee Barn, Davidson debuting. We'll have Tyler Gaffleone as we go back to the 3, actually, the favorite.
So we're looking at the 3 right there, and again, there we go.
There's
got
the
our
9.
9 horse and getting a strong warm up there, which would be indicative of what you're looking for.
Opened as the favorite for a moment, the 10. Sweet Lisa. This will be the dirt debut for this one here. Blinkers on.
Yeah, just someone made a little bit of a wager right before the first flash, and sometimes it could skew it a little bit. The horse is starting to regulate a little bit now in price.
Big work, according to DRF and the Clocker report, with Cyber Baby for Miguel Clement.
I've used this one in my pick 4 ticket at a price of 8-1, and you know, a horse that maybe, just maybe, will run to those works.
A little sneaky, this firster outside. David Donk, he has John Velasquez aboard Coursier.
Yeah, I mean, David Donk will go to Johnny V even when the horse isn't like meant to win that day. I think he likes the experience of John Velasquez on his horses like this. This feels like a down the line type for me.
All right, so back to this 4, JK. Showed speed, first time out with a race on this racetrack back on July 11th. We'll see if that speed can last a little longer today.
Yeah, so this horse really confused me when I thought I was watching the wrong replay, because he was 5th, beaten 9, and at about the 8th pole, I thought, how does this horse lose? And then he just started to get tired. They kind of ran him over late. Like I said, he was in a photo for 3rd, basically. He just happened to get 5th.
I kind of liked her effort, right? I'm with JK. I thought she fought on okay. And moments ago, the 12 horse, we seem like that's
Johnny
been a
V has to
theme.
jump ship.
They did catch the 12, and there you see her in the picture. Hopefully Johnny V is okay. So she didn't get far away. We don't have a late scratch yet. To get back to the 4, I just like that her works after, you see Johnny V, there he is. The works after that race kind of sped up a little bit, so maybe she kind of figured things out.
So, you know, we've now had a couple races in a row where riders have come off their horses. Very unusual, but remember, these are beginners, first-time starters. Everything's new to them, so not that unusual for unstarted horses to be a little bit shy about everything they're doing, and just one of those things.
Let me ask you, when you have a 2-year-old, do you want this horse to be with the pony?
It depends, but they're going to be schooled with that pony for sure.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, we'll take a look here at the horse who was taking the early money, and that is for Chad Brown, looking to go back to back here with number 6, Lauren's Time, as she has been working well in the morning. I've liked what I've seen from this daughter of Yalpon, and we all know his merits in that he does tend to strike early with his progeny, and they are, just like him, usually really good at dirt sprinting. The dam, she was okay. This is her first full, and watching this one's workout 3 back on July 25th, she was on the inside of an unraced mate. She jumped out very quickly. It looked as though Dylan Davis was aboard for that work, and she just stayed on nicely through the whole work on the bridle. She was definitely going better than that unraced mate as well. So needless to say, she comes in here looking incredibly fit. She might be the most fit looking first-time starter here. That being said, wish there was a little bit more substance. So we'll see how she does, as she is currently 5-1 as number 10 in here. Sweet Lisa, I like the switch to the dirt here for Linda Rice as she puts blinkers on. I still think she wants more ground. She's enormous, but she just looks more together here, and I think this is a better surface for her. Acacia?
And Maggie, a first-time starter, the number 11 Cyber Baby, hopefully making her actual first start today. Just worth mentioning, she was actually entered back on August 1st. She was a late scratch at the gate. She had acted perfectly until she got there, and she kind of reared up and sat down, which is an automatic scratch. You can see her next to the pony. She is quite big. They have kept her very quiet, and Miguel has been open and saying she probably wants longer, but she's been schooled since that last try back on the first, Greg.
9-1. Thank you, you two. On Cyber Baby, the 11 debuting for Miguel Clement. Jamie Rodriguez will ride. Favorite, the 3, Under the Moon. Joe Sharp Barn. Jose Ortiz looking for number 5. And a meet where we've already had, Paul, as you mentioned, a couple of riders getting 6 victories here at the meet.
Might be one of those meets, Greg.
Let's set it upstairs. Here's the 7th from Saratoga, 2-year-old New York bred fillies, maiden special weight. Here's Frank Miramonte.
Last one to load, Coursier. Goes in. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for Baby Beth. And in the queue, both of whom have sped clear already by a couple of lengths. Under the Moon on the inside, not the greatest of breaks. She's Fast Money is racing in 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Empirical March, who's down on the inside, racing about 5 lengths off the lead on the inside of Cyber Baby. It's then the red colors of Lady Azul racing toward the back of the field. Down at the rail, Lauren's Time is asked to pick it up just a touch. Racing on the inside of Sweet Lisa, who's got the pink sleeves. In behind her is Davidson as they come toward the top of the stretch, 22-2 for the opening quarter. Coursier is at the back of the field. It's Baby Beth and in the queue, 1-2 with 1 furlong to go. Under the Moon, 4 lengths back in 3rd, followed by She's Fast Money. On the outside is Davidson. Baby Beth by 4 coming toward the wire. Under the Moon moves into 2nd. It's Baby Beth winning comfortably by 3. Under the Moon was 2nd. Davidson finished 3rd, then in the queue.
Beth, at first asking, Jorge Abreu, Manny Franco, an Olympiad first-time starter.
Won the race right out of the gate, and she got to the front end. The two horses kind of just ran around the racetrack. The 2 and the 4, and the 3 just kind of picked up the 4 late, but just shows you getting out of the gate is such a key component, especially with these 2-year-olds, Tom.
Yeah, it was indeed, and you can see how clean the silks are on the 2 horse. That shows you no dirt in the face, no adversity as far as that goes. But it really was a race where speed was very, very important, almost from the start, as Baby Beth takes it home.
Jorge Abreu's numbers of the first-time starters are really good. I mean, dirt, sprinting, 6 for 31 in the last 5 years. Throughout his career, 18% with first-time starters. Those are good numbers in a situation where you're running up here, you're running in New York, it's down in Florida. This horse, Baby Beth, really ran today.
Her dad had the misfortune of running into Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but was pretty good himself. 2-3-9-4-701 on Baby Beth at first asking. That's win number 35 of the meet. For Manny Franco, he's 1 away from his personal Saratoga best.
Wow. Keep an eye on the horse who ran second, Under the Moon, with Jose Ortiz. That was a horse that didn't get away all that cleanly from the gate, looked really green down the lane, wanted to lay in and everything. Jose took it pretty easy on that horse the last 8th of the mile when he was a clear second.
Baby Beth, first asking, wins for Jorge Abreu. Manny Franco, number 35. 2-3-9-4 finish. And first time out, Baby Beth impressive here for the Jorge Abreu barn, and Manny Franco staying in the mix with his tremendous Saratoga summer season. We'll be back with prices next.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Manny Franco, number 35, 1 away from his all-time mark here at Saratoga. It's Baby Beth at first asking. Our Facing Tipton Winner Circle lead-in Brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? So Baby Beth for the man standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Greg. As Baby Beth, she was all business today. Congratulations, Jorge, as she was ready to rock and roll. And we've seen you with young horses have them be able to win at first asking.
Yes, Maggie. You know what? I think I have a good group of 2-year-olds still back at the barn, and this filly was training pretty good.
And you were telling me that this is John and Beth Lauriello's first baby with you, so I'd imagine they're going to get some more.
I think so. Well, we normally claim a horse or two every year. Last year we didn't do anything. This year he called me. He said, "Look, I have a filly that I like, and I think I'm going to send a baby to you." I said, "Well, great."
Worked out well. But
the pressure is because the name Beth is after his wife.
I'm like, whenever somebody names a horse after like a family member, I'm like, oh man, the pressure's real. But speaking of pressure, you do have 2 more first-time starters coming up for the next few days. Royal Enclosure, she's older, going the 6 furlongs on the main track, as well as Big Handsome.
Well, yeah, Royal Enclosure, I think that horse is ready. Last year, he was a 2-year-old. He was coming through a lot of up and down, maturing and growing. So we turned him out with gelding, and this year he's been very good. And then Saturday, Big Handsome.
Well, I won't let people. I'm going to do a 2-year-old report with TT here, so I won't let let's not spoil it. But please. You're excited, right?
I am very excited. I'm looking forward for all my babies to run.
Epic. Well done. You got the first one out of the way.
I'm waiting for the rest.
Gearing up for a big weekend, Greg.
Yeah, see if there's more to come for Jorge Abreu. Baby Beth, impressive here, Tom.
Once the lead, never looked back. Looked very, very good doing it.
Yeah, sometimes in these 2-year-old races, it's horses that show speed but professionalism, right? And the 3 just not there yet, where the 2 is kind of there, and you get 7-1. Hopefully you moved on in your pick 6 plays.
So still waiting for this one to go official. 7-1 on your winner. 2-3-9-4 in the 7th. Our feature race that we talked about at the top of the show coming up next. Answered Prayers, Hidden Rose, and a strong supporting cast as well. Still to come. Going 1 mile and 1/8. Now we're told just did go official, so we'll have those prices for you here in just a second. We'll get to that one. Race 8. 2 turns, 1 mile and 1/8 in just a second. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day winner, Baby Beth, $17.44. Finally going to open things up a little bit here in this big pick 6 carryover, Paulie.
Yeah, congratulations. The filly by Olympiad of the City Zip mare, and Olympiad now 2 for 15 with his first-time starters. And here's the pick 6 follow along so far. You got favorite, second choice favorite, and a nice little price.
And still 2 legs to come. Race 8, allowance optional claiming group, 1 mile and 1/8 and Answered Prayers. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado opens as a 9-5 favorite here in this field of 7. We'll talk more through this field when we come back from a short timeout. 20 minutes to post in race 8. Coming up this weekend, that man right there may hold the key to the newly named Christophe Clement, Old Crazy Bone. Can he take him gate to wire again off that Bowling Green victory? Stay with us.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
The field turns for home. On the inside, Farbridge digging in. He's a tough customer. Measure time is lengthening that stride and cutting into every single inch of ground. 16th pole, Farbridge, measured time. Farbridge will not be denied. All the way in the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer.
Farbridge Gate to Wire 2024 Sword Dancer, one of 5 victories in this race for the late now Hall of Famer Christophe Clement. This race, of course, will now bear his name.
Joel Rosario was in the irons that day in 2024, and a horse that just, you could see visually just trying so hard on the front end and got the job done.
What a great, just last Friday, inducted across the street into the Hall of Fame after passing in late May last year. An absolute legend, certainly on this circuit, and over 2,500 victories in his career. Tonalist, won a Belmont Stakes, 2-time winner of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So many huge victories in this sport, and an even better person for those that knew him well, and will forever be missed in this game, in this race, the Sword Dancer. Now with his name on it, the Christophe Clement. How special would that be for his son Miguel to win this race with Tawny Port? We'll get to that one in a moment. Ancient Egypt showing up, invading from overseas. Here we go.
This was an elegant win. This horse has been keeping top company over there. Breaks pretty sharp and sits behind the pace setter, gets some cover, which these horses want. They want to be behind another horse. When they see open field, that's when they run their best. This horse gets out there and just takes off.
Europeans have done pretty well at this meet on the lawn here, Paulie.
Yeah, and one's coming back, right? We saw Survey win in stylish fashion in the Glen Falls. She's coming right back with Manny Franco. But Ancient Egypt, I mean, second at Ascot, second at Longchamp, in both of those races. Maltese Cross would be, I don't know, 3 to 5, 4 to 5 in this spot. So this horse is obviously coming in with great credentials.
Meanwhile, let's go back to the Bowling Green. An old Crazy Bone for Mike Maker. Went off favorite in here, was able to steal this one on the front end over Fort George and Minaret Station, JK.
Yeah, look, I think old Crazy Bone is in the argument. Maybe he's got a little bit more to prove to one of the best turf horses we have in this country in comparison to, of course, I just went blank on the horse I'm going to say now.
Deterministic?
Deterministic is one. But I just think that he's got another level. He's got another step that he's got to take, and I think he's got an opportunity to do that on Saturday.
His division?
Burnham Square. Thank you.
You
You just had to look at me. I had to remember.
He's a fighter. I mean, you got to say that. I mean, he gave up the lead at the head of the stretch after being on the lead. Usually that's a sign of the show is over, and it wasn't that way for old Crazy Bones. He came back and fought hard.
Yeah, Burnham Square for Ian Wilkes has become an absolute monster, and we'll see if this one can take a step forward. Probably most field, and you'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3 to 6 Eastern time. Longer on the turf, these marathon races on the grass, these Europeans usually hold a big edge, don't they?
They do, because in Europe they breed for these marathon distances. In the United States, commercial breeders don't go out there and breed for a horse to go 1.5 miles on the grass, but a lot of them do end up there just through their lineage, as it would be. But yes, advantage to anything that's bred overseas. It's easy to spot on the past performance, right next to the horse's name. The parentheses will be an abbreviation of the country they're from.
Of course, Miguel Clement trying to win that race, how special would that be for his late father with Tawny Port, who punched his ticket to the Melbourne Cup with that Belmont Gold Cup win. His last start, that was at 2 miles. Miguel will send out this 3-year-old filly here in race 8, Hidden Rose, Paulie trying to go beyond a mile on dirt for the first time.
Well, this is a horse that, the 2-mile races that this horse has won have been around 2 turns. So the Delaware Mile race is a 2-turn race, and the Finger Lakes race, where this horse won by 12 lengths, albeit 7 cents on the dollar. Yeah, 1-20 that day. So now it's going to take on a tougher company. Now, this is going around 1 turn last time out and got run down when having the lead. I think the connections are thinking, okay, around 2 turns going a mile and 1/8. You might think it's not within her scope. Maybe it is.
So, and it's funny because 1/8 of a mile, 1/8 of a mile in horse racing, there are horses that can definitely do it, and there are plenty that cannot. So even though we're talking about 1/8 of a mile change in distance, it's a big deal in horse racing. You've got to show you can do it. That's where I like the one Answered Prayers. I mean, to me, that's a horse that has shown she can do it.
JK, what do you like about Hidden Rose?
I don't think the pace of this race is all that prominent. So it feels like, to me, Hidden Rose could work out the best trip. The problem is that a couple of these other horses have enough speed if they want to be aggressive to be forward, but the one that I can see on paper that I trust the most and whose price I like the most in this situation would be the 2 Hidden Rose.
I thought the key horse in here was the 5, Sail Away. Is this horse just better this year going a distance to ground, or is this horse just better over a wet racetrack? Because the numbers are a lot better over wet racetracks. If you draw a line through that turf race, this horse is winning a mile and 1/8, puts him right there. But what is that if it's a dry track or not? We'll see.
Let's take a look at Sail Away. This was back on May 25th. Last time on dirt, and yet this was a wet track at a mile. Missed by a nose with a strong 80 speed figure. Mersal, pretty good one. This one just missed 2.
Yeah, look, sits outside behind the pace setters. He's the kind of horse that has to be ridden throughout the race. But this is a good finish here. And as Paul mentioned, this is his last dirt race. He went to the grass after that, put a line through that.
And Mersal's won 2 races at this meet already, right? If I'm not mistaken, for Linda Rice. Just missed.
6-1 on Sail Away. Sail Away, Penn Street, the only, well, I guess throw higher force into the mix there as well. The only ones with wins at this distance, but someone, again, like the 2 Hidden Rose, trying it for the first time. We will see. Junior Alvarado filling in here on the 5 Sail Away for Gustavo Rodriguez. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, we'll check in with the rail runner here who is taking a lot of money. Answered Prayers for Bill Mott, and I highly recommend watching her last race as she is one that tried to pull the inside trip up the rail. It worked out well until about the 3/16 pole, in which the leader that day, eventual winner who was favored, Be the Light, just made it very tight and uncomfortable for her, and she never really got that true clear run as I'm sure Jamie Torres was hoping that he could. Here in the paddock, she's nicely settled. She's been kept quiet. She's definitely a horse that wants this type of distance, this 1.8 miles that she encounters, albeit for the first time, but I do think there is some stamina built in with her, given her physical makeup. I wish there was a little bit more of her, to be fair. I wish she kind of had a little bit more conditioning on overall. But like I said, she fits the prototype for a 9-furlong horse. Moving on to one of Linda Rice's charges. That will be number 4, Brunch with Amy, as she will also stretch out to this distance for the very first time. She has spent most of her life going a bit shorter than this, but she is daughter of Bernardini, and just looking at her, I think she should be able to handle this 9 furlongs. We'll see where she puts herself in the running of this race. Could she once again be forward? She has shown the ability at a mile to be forward. It hasn't been the game plan as of recently, but Kendrick Carmouche will fill in for Rod Ortiz Jr. on her, and she looks sensational here. I love what I'm seeing from her. She's a big mare, a lot of substance to her, excellent coat, just resplendent, and really paints a lovely picture here in the paddock. As we'll move on to number 7, Seraphia. Now, she's one that I saw last year at Oaklawn when she broke her maiden that day, and she was coming off Lasix. You saw that she was eased the one time early on when she got Lasix. Well, she got what was called the thumps, and it's just kind of a imbalance, if you will. And it was a somewhat of a reaction to the Lasix. So therefore, they took her off the Lasix, and they've experimented with it here and there. And she's run well with it one other time, but she'll have it here once again as she comes off a layoff. She has definitely bulked up now as a 4-year-old, so she's taken that physical step forward, which you love to see, and she's one that wants every bit of this 9 furlongs, as she has yet to try it as well. But she is so long in her frame, but she's so much stronger across her neck, across her top line, and her hind end. We'll see how she reacts off the bit of a layoff with the Lasix today. As Acacia, you have your eyes on number 5, Sail Away.
And Maggie, a big question with this race, as you touched on, is horses stretching out to the 9 furlongs for the first time. Well, Sail Away is 1 for 1 at the distance, so we know that she can handle it. And she also gets back to the dirt, which I think should make a huge difference for her. I know it's for her last time was that she just really didn't look overly turf-meant, and she also faced an incredibly tough field going 1 3/8 miles on the grass. So getting back to her preferred surface, she just missed last time behind Marsal, who we've seen win races in bunches now, won a couple coming back in a week just up here in Saratoga. So behind a good horse, she did win on a wet track going the 9 furlongs 3 back, but she's handled a fast track very well too. She does seem to be trending in the right direction as far as her figures are concerned, and I think Gus Rodriguez has really done a good job with her in getting her to settle, because she was one that used to get very hot, really kind of revved up prior to her races. She's very calm, at least especially for her standards here in the paddock, which I take as a positive, as she will be going this distance. And again, she's already proved that she can handle it and should appreciate being back on the dirt, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for race 8 as we take a look at, and you can just tell by the mane what barn this is. Steve Asmussen, Serafia, Jose Ortiz, another opportunity. Get number 5 on the card. He does not have an opportunity if he should win here to get number 6 in the nightcap.
Is it that white bridle, or is it that Scott Blasi, the assistant trainer, is walking him around? Both of those are giveaways.
My problem with this horse is 7-2. The 1 win by a nose, and the horse got the bob of life. Horse is 1 for 15 against winners. I know she's a 4-year-old filly. There's a horse she can move up, but not me.
Wager AI says daily double time 1 and 7. So the favorite and the third choice with Gum for Graham Motion, and then the one to beat Mistborn in the nightcap. $16 total. $4 daily double play. Good luck those playing with Wager AI. And there's Jose Ortiz, and the winningest trainer in North American history, and the winningest trainer at the rider at the meet, I should say, teaming up here. So you're cold on this one, Paulie.
Just by the lone win by a nose, you're facing horses in here. I get it. The 1, the 2's a 2-time winner. Sail Away's a 4-time winner. Brunch with Amy. Like I said, this horse has got 1 win by a nose. You know, last time got sent off as the favorite. I just don't see it at 3-1. I think you need to get a bigger price.
Riders up. Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Jay Provenzano of Flying P. They do send out the number 5 Sail Away here. Quickly on her, Jay, she should appreciate getting back to the dirt. We know distance isn't a problem.
No, distance is not a problem, and I think everybody thinks that the mud moves her up, and it does a little, but I think she's in the right class, you know. I don't expect to cool her out, and she's doing great, so looking very forward to the race.
Of course, coming up on Saturday, though, in the Christophe Clement, I have to get used to saying that, you'll send out Old Crazy Bone, who did win the Bowling Green. This is a horse that's continued to thrive going longer.
So he is one of the most remarkable claims that I've made. I've made a lot of bad ones. I've made a couple good ones, and people only remember the good ones, but I remember every bad one. And he really is a special horse. He's coming up on what I would say his best races, because his two numbers are identical right now. So he's fit to move forward. He's tearing the barn down. I'm really excited about it. I know Mike wanted to go to Kentucky Downs. He loves him some Kentucky Downs, and I have had great luck, obviously, with him winning there, but afterwards, I don't seem that I can get the horse back on a track after running there. The end game is always to go to the big dance. I got the ticket to the big dance last year, and I couldn't dance. So it was so bittersweet winning the race and not being able to go to the Breeders' Cup, especially when they're paying for it for you, you know? So I chose to talk to Mike and connive him into staying in our background. I figured it would be a much smaller field, which it is. I know that race is going to come up, you know, full field. And I look forward to facing, you know, everybody in there. You know, it's a big race. It's named after a great trainer now who deserves it. You know, he won it, I think, 5 times. And I'm not coming there to run second, for sure. You know, I told Mike on our first start, you know, we knew that we had a starting point. We had to run a mile 16th. He showed me so much determination that day. He chased the pace. He got swallowed at the quarter pole. He was in third at the 8th pole. He made the lead at the 16th pole, and Irad was on a horse, I believe, Todd's horse. And, you know, he had the awesome trip. And, you know, we got caught. And I called Mike afterwards, and I'm not a guy that is that bold or whatever. And I turned to Mike. I said, Mike, I said, this horse won't lose another race this year, and I really don't think he will. I could be wrong, but I like my chances in the race, you know. But then they spring the gate, and anything happens. So
Absolutely. I don't want you to miss your horse in this race. Thanks very much for the time, Jay.
you got it. I appreciate you. Thank you, Acacia.
Just been told post time has been pushed back because of that interview. Kidding. He's very excited about Old Crazy Bone, as he should be. Huge win in that Bowling Green.
Yeah, and he's going to be tough because he could be the main speed in the Christophe Clement and could try to take the field gate to wire. As you're looking on the racetrack right now, is that your 5-7-1 sail away? There
Check
is
it
the
out.
one.
Check it out. The 2 is vying for favoritism now.
Let me ask you a question, Tom. You like the 1. Where would you want the 1 sitting early in this race?
Well, I don't see a lot of speed in here. Let's say that right off the bat. And I think Junior Alvarado's going to have to make a decision against the rail as to how the horse breaks. So either first or second. How do you see it?
What do you think, Paulie?
I thought the 3's only way is to kind of go. And that horse could be dangerous because that horse does have some pretty good numbers going a mile and an eighth.
And that's Christopher Elliott for Rudy Rodriguez. A multiple winner at this distance. And yes, looks like can be dangerous forward in that first turn. It comes up pretty quickly here at this distance. And JK, here's the one, waiting to see if this one can handle this extra 1/8 of a mile, Hidden Rose.
Yeah, from a pedigree standpoint, you don't feel like it's that big of a concern, right? Despite Town, but you've got some distance on the bottom there. And look, when horses that are forward can get a mile and a 16th and run well enough for a mile and a 16th, to me, they're going to get the mile and an 1/8. It's the closers at those shorter distances that I feel like don't run the first part of the race that sometimes their kick can be dulled.
Hidden Rose at one point 4-1 on the wagering. That price has come down 2-1 now. Second choice for more. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at Hidden Rose out on the racetrack, as you guys were just pointing out the first time here on the dirt that she is going to try the mile and an 1/8. Look, physically, much like her pedigree, she looks as though she should thrive at this distance. And 2, yeah, you know, people think because she came up short going a mile that she'll come up short here again, which is understandable, but it's the difference in the way that these races are run. You know, you get a short run into a turn, so therefore the pace backs up a bit, so you're not as under the gun for so long in some of those shorter distances. Yes, the mile out of the Wilson Chute here is a little bit of a different animal than, let's say, a one-turn mile, but still, it is a different type of pace scenario. I like what I'm seeing from her. She's really improved with each subsequent start, and that was definitely evidenced in her last performance, in which she was very game at a pretty big price. Unfortunately today, you're not getting that here, as she is 2-1. Greg.
See how she handles things here, going this distance for the first time. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I also landed on the favorite in here, down to the inside on the number 1, Answered Prayers. But she is actually the full sister to Olympiad, who won the Jockey Club Gold Cup for Bill Mott. And he was not the biggest. So while I completely agree with Maggie, and just looking at this horse physically at first glance, you would not initially look at her and say she strikes you as one that would thrive going longer. And she has gotten sharper out on the track. She does have the pedigree to suggest that she should be able to do it. I know Bill Mott felt she should have gotten the win last time. We'll see if she can make amends from the rail today, Greg.
And we saw an Olympiad first-time starter win back in race 7, that 2-year-old filly Baby Beth, and now we'll see if a sister of Olympiad can get the win here coming up in race 8. Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott loading up here as the 9-5 favorite on this Wednesday card here for the 8th. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here's Higher Force coming forward. Brunch with Amy will be next. Sail Away. These pink colors I heard earlier are on their way into a Cart Talk segment coming soon on our broadcast. Penn Street next. Saratoga to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sail Away stumbled a bit at the start. Higher Forces going to the lead. Answered Prayers, Hidden Rose in between those two. Saratoga is widest of all, and Brunch with Amy is not far away. A little bit of bumping and jostling going into that first turn. The two trailers, Penn Street, Sail Away, is at the back of the field. Around the clubhouse turn. And it's Higher Force leading. And on the outside, Brunch with Amy taken in hand a half length away in second. Saratoga is 3 wide. Answered Prayers is down at the rail. Hidden Rose between them in the green. That quintet covered by less than 3 lengths. A gap of more than 4 back to Penn Street. 2 more to Sail Away. 23 and 4. Higher Force, Brunch with Amy. Those two, 1-2 down the back stretch. Saratoga widest of all. At the rail, Answered Prayers. Hidden Rose has been between those two for some time. 4 lengths more, Penn Street, Sail Away, 47 and 3. Higher Force, Saratoga makes her move now. On the outside, pressing the hand of Brunch with Amy in between them. Answered Prayers is next. Then Hidden Rose getting some breathing room now as less than 3 furlongs to go. And Hidden Rose starts to pick it up into third, doing it well, as Higher Force went 3/4 in 1:12 flat. Answered Prayers, Hidden Rose on the outside. Saratoga drops back. They're at the top of the stretch, and Higher Force clinging to the lead. Here's Answered Prayers, closing the gap, though, at the 8th pole. 3 lengths back, Hidden Rose and Penn Street. Coming to mid-stretch, Answered Prayers on the outside, and Higher Force is back to second. Answered Prayers pulls away late for a comfortable 2-length W. Higher Force second. Sail Away from well back into third. Penn Street fourth.
Answered Prayers, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and the favorite here in the 8th. Getting by the speedster, Tom.
Got a great trip right from the start from that one post position and actually showed a little bit of speed going to the turn, but then found herself behind horses. The thing that really helped was with our 3 horse that made the lead, Paul, Higher Force, getting away from the group a little bit so that inside position behind horses, she could get clear, find a seam, and come and get her right here.
She ran well. It looked like, it was kind of a bunch up on the first turn. Penn Street, the one kind of was really bunched up with the other runners. The 3 was able to seize. Penn Street chased, but 3-2 gets the job done here, Jonathan. And I guess this horse was probably most of the singles in the pick 6s, at least going to the end.
1-3-5-6 finish. So go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 5 and a little bit of a stumble here for Sail Away. Ooh. Ooh. And we'll put that one on a compromising position early. Meanwhile, in the stretch, Higher Force looked like it was going to be a danger here on the front end, but Answered Prayers finds enough to go by.
Anybody see an excuse on the 2 hidden rows?
Oh, kind of was in the same spot the 1 was, right?
Had some trouble going into the first turn when the 7 and the 2 were kind of bumping a little bit, but ranged up, tried to make that 3-wide move, and just wasn't there. Answered Prayers stayed down on the inside on the rail, saved ground all the way around the turn, both turns as a matter of fact, and then just had to go around 1 horse late.
Answered Prayers, 3-year-old filly by Speightstown for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. They, of course, teamed up to win the Whitney this past weekend with Sovereignty, reigning horse of the year. Back to what we expected from him last year with that Derby Belmont Travers triple. It's Answered Prayers in the 8th. Our nightcap still to come.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Answered Prayers. Rolling by a higher force. Late stretch to get the win as the favorite here. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, a homebred for Emery Hamilton. Wins it 3-2. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Bill Mott has Answered Prayers. Answers the call today. Bill, not an easy trip, stuck down inside last time, and she really seemed to extend when she got out in the clear.
Yeah, she was clear today, and I was hoping she'd probably pull away a little more than she did, but she got the job done. She had an inside trip, saving all the ground, and then he was able to work his way out, turning for home. Got through this condition, and now I guess the big challenge is to try to get a little black type on her. Very well-bred filly. She's a full sister to Olympiad, who is a very good horse, and so she's hopefully she's going to have a home in the broodmare band one day.
You answered all my questions right there already with that pedigree. Distance certainly seems to be no problem for her.
Yeah, it seems like that's in her favor, and Olympiad won the Jockey Club going 1.25 miles, got a Grade 1 win there, and hopefully this filly can get something similar done.
Well, we look forward to seeing what the future is for her. But speaking of distance, coming up tomorrow in the Birdstone, you have 2 entered there. Parchment Party looking to defend his title. What have you seen from him out of the Suburban?
Oh, he's good. We ran in the Suburban knowing it was probably too short for him. I mean, he's a true stayer, true distance horse on the dirt. If we hadn't have run, it would have been a long time in between races. So we got, we were hopeful that we could hit the board in there. We didn't. He didn't run well. But I would think he would come back tomorrow at his special distance. And, I think that 1.75 miles to 2 miles would probably be right up his alley. And, we've got another horse in there, Stars and Stripes, that we may decide to run tomorrow. Give him a chance as well.
Well, thank you for the insight and congratulations on the win here, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, that Birdstone Parchment Party, a true specialist at those marathon distances on the dirt. Suburban experiment did not go well, but certainly loves 1.75 miles. Answered Prayers the win here, $5.10.
Look good doing it, too.
Congratulations, filly by Speightstown. Speightstown was such a brilliant sprinter. His horses can run all day, so versatile.
1 leg remains, and outside of Baby Beth, it has been incredibly formful. And a total pool that was just shy of $1 million in this pick 6 carryover, JK.
Yeah, and the thing about that, too, is what you'll see in maiden races like that, a lot of times people will hit the all button. So even if they didn't like Baby Beth, they can kind of land on Baby Beth because they were able to get skinny in some of those other races.
Wow, early money to Gum for Graham Motion. Expecting Mistborn to be the favorite when it's all said and done. It's early in the wagering. Mile over the inner turf, $85,000 maiden claiming group to close things out. And Chad Brown, Mistborn will have Tyler Gaffleon. Finale coming up on this Wednesday card from the summer place to be here at Saratoga Springs. Stay with us.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
We're going to talk about bits because they're important. Obviously, they're the steering wheel for the jockeys and the horses. But looking at different bits in the paddock can give you a good clue about a horse's certain behaviors. Horses have what we call bars in their mouth, where they don't have any teeth, and that's where the bit lies. And those sensors in those bars they give us the control that we need. Boo here is wearing about the kindest bit that you'll find. They're called snaffle bits. Snaffle bits are the most common. They have that break in the middle. They're usually a D bit or a loose ring snaffle on the side. They're very kind bits and what most racehorses wear. Ring bits are snaffles, but with that attached ring part that goes under a horse's jaw that just gives the rider a little bit more leverage. It's also good for steering. You know, that ring will apply pressure to one side or the other. It's a good all-around bit for a horse that is a little bit more aggressive. This is what we call a cage bit, or sometimes referred to as a Houghton bit. Cage bits are used for horses that have a propensity to lean in or lean out, might not have the best steering in the world. It's not great for horses that really want to pull, because putting too much pressure, as Boo just showed us, on this bit for a horse that's pulling really hard, they're likely to throw their heads up in the air. Example A. This is what we call an extended cage bit or a run out bit. The extended cage bit is the most severe bit that you will see on a racehorse, and they're for really bad lugging in or lugging out horses. Bits can tell you a lot about a horse and what their behaviors are. Usually these types of bits say bad behaviors, beware. Just a normal D bit, good to go.
Nightcap coming up on this Wednesday card. This one, the favorite, and looking at the double, the pick 3 looks like it's going to stay that way as well. Tom Gum for Grand Motion with John Velasquez.
Yeah, I don't know if a lot was made of Gum's last race. We're going to watch it in a moment. Here we are right here. So Gum is going to have to check in mid-stretch. But if you're looking closely, do you really think he's moving forward here? Do you think his race maybe has already happened? Either way, this is a little lighter group, but he's going to try and make the gap right here. You see him with the star over his head just now. It's not going to quite work out right through this area right here.
Shut.
Whoa! Loses momentum there.
Regardless whether he got shut or not, he's right in the middle of that mix, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Now 7-5. I don't know about that, because I thought the 9 was going to be the horse that they would bet, but now 4-1. Mistborn, Chad Brown. Maybe the 3 different racetracks, JK, is not appealing to some bettors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit shocked that they're betting the 5 like this. I mean, I thought that was trouble, right? I saw it, obviously. I don't think it was like come back next race against 2 live horses, 7-5 trouble.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think a lot was made of that, maybe, and that's what the betting is going on here. Here's a horse that had a really good inside trip after not breaking very well from an outside post in Mistborn, and it gets a rail trip, ends up just being second best.
It was a good ride by Sonny Leon that day. Obviously of Kentucky Derby fame. This horse ran a good second. Now, we saw a horse earlier that was training at Monmouth. This horse was racing at Monmouth and also training there. I mean, I think she's the one to beat.
Back-to-back races against Maiden Special Weight Company. Granted, that race at Monmouth, but both the winners of those races came back to win their next start as well, Tom.
And not just any next start, they won an allowance race in their next start. So, I mean, much higher competition, and they beat them. So it says a lot about who the company is that Mistborn has been running with.
To see 4-1 on this horse.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the 7 was a dangerous horse in here, JK.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to land. I think if you work down through the past performances, the races 3 and 4 back were pretty good. Arguably just as good as what the 5 and the 9 have been running, if not better. And then you kind of get the form a little bit dirty. You got the turf sprint in there where the horse was 4th, who ran well from a figure standpoint. Felt like a nice comeback spot for that horse. Wasn't supposed to win that race. Just turf sprint to get ready to go a little bit longer. Ran well enough. And then comes back, is wide all the way around there. Jose basically stops riding once he realized that there wasn't this horse's day. And now you come back again. And remember, I mean, Irad's not riding, but Irad was originally named on the horse, right? So you don't get Irad if you have a horse that's going the wrong direction. You call up Steve Rushing and you say, hey, here's the excuse for last time. We're live in here today. And you get Irad, even though he's hurt and not riding today.
In the pick 6, Mistborn is actually your favorite, but in nothing else. Pretty interesting. So, horse that was probably singled a bit in the pick 6.
So you see, well, he's close to the 7. 5 and 7 are really close. I think out of those 3 horses, obviously the 5, 7, 9, if there's anybody else, I'm surprised that the Jenna Antonucci runner is 18-1. That's just a ridiculous price on the 6.
Don't we, Greg, don't we have to consider the horse that drew in here, the 12 horse, George Weaver's horse?
Mappy?
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, that horse is kind of forgotten because he's drawn off the also eligibles. A lot of people may not realize that he's there. He's got some speed from that outside post. It seems to me that he's at least in the conversation.
What do you guys think? You know, back to was in for maiden 30.
Yeah,
he's a lot easier than here, and couldn't do it. And then speed again against better company, and then backs up again. What do you think? Third off the bench.
I mean, I'm not a fan of the 12 just because I see that maiden 32. I kind of like the 10 a little bit better because the 10, you can go back to she's had some bad starts, and maybe she corrects her gait issues. I think she has a look.
He's been in for maiden 30 to 35 4 times and hasn't won. This is a glorified maiden special weight with the high claiming tag.
Let's go to Maggie.
As we'll take a look here at Mistborn, as she is one that is coming in from Monmouth. Actually got to see her 2 back, though, at Aqueduct. I didn't really like what I saw. She ran okay, though, in those efforts, and I'm sure against this field, as she does drop here in class, those races make her competitive. I'm still not in love with her, to be perfectly honest. She's just a smaller, kind of more one-sided type of filly where there really isn't much of her, and she never looks that free in her walk in the paddock, too. I like horses to stride out, to be engaged, to, you know, overstride, as we talk about, and she just never does that. So, yes, I get on form why she should be a short price and could absolutely win here, but as far as looking at her in the paddock, she's never going to be a top selection for me. As we'll take a look here at number 6, Battle Winner, who has some bad habits here in the paddock. She does look a little bit agitated, whether it's a fly or what have you, as they are going to saddle her kind of on a slow walk, but physically she looks tremendous here. She is a bigger filly. Her coat is resplendent. She just looks stronger and fitter overall as she continues to develop. Last time, I didn't love the fact that she kind of looked as though she was lugging in a bit through the lane, as Jose Morelos will be back aboard. He rode her 2 starts before, unfortunately disqualified that day, but we have seen Jenna using Jose a lot in the afternoons, and while they haven't won a race necessarily together, he has outperformed maybe the odds on the board with the horses, so she makes a great impression. The front wraps do stay on, but they've been on for all 3 starts prior to. And then we'll move on to one of 2 for George Weaver. He'll occupy the 2 outside stalls in the starting gate. But number 10, Channel View, she's going to stretch out here. And while I'm not overly thrilled with that, I will admit that, especially from the outside post. But she doesn't necessarily have any speed sprinting, so I don't know why we're going to see an abundance of it stretching out in distance here. The one thing I will say is this is finally the fittest she has ever looked. And, you know, she is pairing these races back to back. I just didn't think she looked particularly defined last time out. So at least there has been a move forward from that, as we'll check in with Acacia with the other George Weaver horse.
Yeah, Mappy, I'll get to her momentarily. Maggie, but taking a look at the shorter priced one of the 2 I'll talk about in the 7, Bourbon Milk Punch. In fact, both of the horses I'll touch on have had quite a few chances already. And yes, Bourbon Milk Punch has already been exposed against maiden claiming companies several times before. But I think that she's been a long work in progress. She is a horse that if you look back at the last times that she went long before the layoff back in 2025, she used to get quite keen on the front end and be just a little bit tough to handle. So I understand why they did try cutting her back to a sprint distance coming back off the bench 2 starts back, but she's just as one that wants a little bit more distance. And last time when she stretched back out, she just ran against way tougher. Shalzawa was a Chad Brown turf horse, and then non-consecutive term, 2nd place finisher, came back to win with an 82 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. While she is one that's always going to be sharp and forward, I think mentally she's really improved a lot for Horacio de Paz. So I would be willing to give her another chance. But as far as the speed is concerned, her job does get a bit tougher with the presence of the 12 Mappy. Now, you will look at the changes and see that the comment is that she wears a hood again. It's not a traditional hood that we often talk about, where the ears are covered and it helps to muffle sound. It's just a mask, basically, is what we call it. So it goes over like a blinker would, but there's no blinker cup on either side of her eyes, and it's not covering her ears. She has cotton in her ears, and oftentimes with these equipment, there might be titanium in it, metal, to help her settle because she is a sharp individual. She also wears a full cheek snaffle, which she has all along, where there are those full bars on either side, just as we saw in that piece. Bits can tell you a lot, and it tells you that she is one that's a bit tough to handle. She likes to run off on the front end, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Well, the post parade when we come back. It's 8-5 favoritism. Gum for Graham Ocean. John Velasquez will be aboard 7 minutes away from our finale on this Wednesday from Saratoga.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And that's exactly where White Abario is headed. His retirement just announced. 7-year-old with more than $8.5 million in earnings. 4-time Grade 1 winner, including the 2023 Whitney and Breeders' Cup Classic. Campaigned across 6 seasons. He'll be reunited with his grandsire, Tappet, at Gainesway.
That's cool.
What a career.
Some more Grays headed into Gainesway. Well, I think we'll see some more Grays. It's going to be very cool to see some of the progeny of White Abario, who's a very good horse for a good period of time.
He was very good, top level for a long, long time. Just this year, of course, Oaklawn Handicap. That upset over Sovereignty, reigning horse of the year in journalism. But what a record, JK, and a career to put together. Not bad.
Absolutely. I mean, you almost forget about some of his accomplishments
because
God,
he
won the Florida
did it
Derby,
for
yeah.
so long. And he like won big races, and then he missed a couple times, and he won big races. The longevity of his career is something that needs to be congratulated.
Here is Giant Sense to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, one start and one start in the dirt. Big step up.
First time starter. We will see next. Our post parade, by the way, brought to you by that New Belmont Park. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. September 18th, opening day with the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Here is the firster for the Jimmy Bond Barn.
Yeah, and again, on these, you like to watch the odds. It looks like this one might be better for another day.
4 tries on the grass for the 4 has not hit the board.
And best effort was last time. Now she's going to get Lasix for her 15th career start.
2-1 favorite, Gum for trainer Graham Motion. We showed you that trouble in the stretch. Last time out, that was here at Saratoga.
Odds are starting to drift up on Gum, but still our favorite, as you said, Greg, 2-1.
John Velasquez. He'll be aboard. Battle winner, the Jenna Antonucci runner at 20-1.
And New Jersey bred. This one bred by one of the best breeders there, Isabel Del Tomasi and Jose Morales in the irons.
Bourbon Milk Punch. Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, I think this horse has really improved with the addition of blinkers in his last 3 starts, and the board is showing that.
Grace of Monaco will stretch out.
It comes in off the cling for Greg DePayment. Comes in with a nice bullet workout.
Getting 3-1 on Mistborn for Chad Brown with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, look, we'll want some pace up front to make that big late run. I think he gets it in here, too.
And Channel View, 1 of 2 for George Weaver.
Yeah, a horse that she just doesn't really love the gate. She's probably going to fall out of there, so don't think she's going to break on top.
Going to stretch out in distance. And here's Mappy, as Tom pointed out. Draws in, speed, third off the bench.
Yeah, she showed speed last time from the 11 hole, so she draws the 12, and obviously with a couple scratches, she's in the 10 slot.
Back to battle winner for Jenna Antonucci. And you had used this one on your ticket?
I did. I thought the races were very much capable in this spot, and another one that's going to want some pace up front.
And Paul, you had brought up, you thought this price was way too big on this one,
Well, the
right?
horse is a New Jersey bred. If this horse ran over in a maiden special weight and New Jersey bred, this horse would be 3 or 4 to 5. I mean, you don't see many Jersey breds run that well on the grass. But like I said, Isabel De Tomasi, she breeds the best New Jersey breds over there. And the effort 2 back is not bad. The horse was 37-1 that day. That's why I think you're getting 21-1 today.
Wager AI play suggested a $5 exact to the 7, so Bourbon Milk Punch with the 5 and 9 underneath, the 5 the favorite, and then the 9 Mistborn. JK of the Weaver, you sound like you weren't that hot on Mappy in here. What do you think about Channel View, the 10, stretching out?
Yeah, another one where I don't typically like stretch outs drawn outside. One, because they're going to end up wide likely, and they're going to lose ground. So while they're trying to accomplish going a little bit further, they got 2 things that are usually not in their corner. They're also not likely to get cover from the 10 spot. Which sometimes, following another horse can help them relax a little bit. And no, I don't like the 12 either.
So with that 10 horse, I mean, it's not a lot to go on pedigree there, but it is important to note a horse that's only been sprinting. This horse's mom won 2 races. They were both at 1 mile and 1/16. So the transition from 1 to 2 turns looks like it's real capable here.
Keisha, Maggie selections. Well, Maggie going with a 6 battle winner in here. See how this pans out. We've had really a pretty formful pick 6 carryover this afternoon, with the exception of that baby race on the lawn. Baby race on the dirt for 2-year-old fillies. And
I would look for the 12 to go after the 7. George Weaver has 2 horses in here. Channel View, like I said, not the best gate horse. I think she drops back. The other filly for George Weaver goes towards the front, Mappy.
Got to go from that outside post.
The 5, the 7, the 9, the 3 key players you would have assumed going in, all very closely bunched on the board for this finale. Nightcap on this Wednesday card on a pick 6 carryover day. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last few going up. Channel View will be next. Gum. Battle winner in the Isabel de Tomaso Silks. The the last one to load is Mappy. They're in the gate, and they're off. Mappy is sent from the outside, but it's Bourbon Milk Punch and Grace of Monaco. They're joined at the rail by Giant Sense. And so those three across the course with Mappy in pursuit, racing in fourth. Serenique is next, followed by Gum racing in between horses. And outside of them comes Battle Winner, who has 7 lengths to make up in the early going. Mistborn, Channel View, and Riyadh Al-Nil at the back. 23 and 4. For the opening quarter mile set by Bourbon Milk Punch, prompted by Grace of Monaco, 3/4 back second. Giant Sense, Mappy, stride for stride, third and fourth. A gap of 4 to Gum and Serenique with the similar silks, then Battle Winner racing 2 behind them. Mistborn is down at the rail. Channel View and Riyadh Al-Nil. 47 flat, Bourbon Milk Punch, bounding into the far turn with a 2-length lead. Grace of Monaco is second, followed by Giant Sense. Mappy is fourth, losing a bit of ground, 5 off this leader now. Trying to advance, it just went right by Giant Sense. In behind them, Gum, and then Serenique. They turn for home. Bourbon Milk Punch went wide, but has still widened as Gum takes up the chase in the center of the course, closing nicely, closing that gap rapidly. Mistborn is in third, 16th pole. Bourbon Milk Punch, Gum within 2.5 lengths. Bourbon Milk Punch or Gum, it's getting very close. Here comes Gum. Gum takes care of business, running down Bourbon Milk Punch, then Mistborn and Battle Winner.
Gum wearing down your pace setter and getting to the wire first. Grand Motion, John Velasquez.
Yeah, well-timed ride. You know, you can see Gum's going to be way on the outside, that red and white, and has a lot of work to do to catch our pace setter. But this last eighth of a mile proves to be what gets Gum home.
It ran right towards the form, didn't it? The 7 going towards the front end, the 5 and the 9. And the other horse in here, you kind of can bet here as the 6 runs fourth, but the 5, Gum's going to run down your pace setter. Bourbon Milk Punch just had to deal with a little bit early. The one horse pressed him a little bit, made him use a little extra, and that might have cost him the end.
By the way, I'm colorblind. I don't know if you knew that. And it's black and white silks, not red and white silks. I had the right horse. I just didn't. And I truly am colorblind.
This one leaving an awfully bad taste in your mouth if you had the 7.
Yeah.
Who quite a few liked in here. And look, wow, at this point, looked like it was going to be very tough to beat. Not to be. Gum starting to kick into gear. We'll enter your picture right about. Not yet. Here we go. 5796. And the public got it right. Gum too good here.
Johnny Velasquez knows where that wire is. You didn't see him going crazy on top of that horse. He's just using his hands, pushing him forward.
Pick 6 is $50-some odd $100, $5,300 for a buck.
Yeah, I think 54, right around there.
So we didn't have but one horse pay over $7 or so. Is that right? Could that be possible?
Oh no, we had a 7-1 shot. Yeah, just one.
But the other 5 paid $7 or less. Is that right?
53.77.
Brendan Walsh has had, of his 3 winners, a couple of them been the nightcap on turf.
Grand Motion in this finale. Let's go to Maggie.
Keeping us on the edge of our seats here was Gum. She needed every bit of that stretch, Graham.
Yeah, I mean, you feel pretty confident with Johnny. He seemed like he had the measure, but you never quite know.
Talk about that relationship with John Velasquez, because not only do you have a good professional relationship, you also have a great personal one, too. And it's nice to be friendly with the people that ride for you.
Yeah, I mean, our kids went to school together in Florida. So, look, I think Johnny's riding as good as he ever has in his career, to be honest. He's very relaxed. He's doing it because he enjoys it, and he's one of the best ever.
What keeps him young?
He's phenomenal. Look, I think because his weight's very easy to maintain. He's very athletic. He's very fit, and he loves it, right?
Yeah, he does love it. And riding those good horses, he always says, keeps him young, that's for sure. Graham, congratulations here with Gum.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right. I need some gum. Guys?
Yeah, visiting that winner's circle, that'll keep anybody young. 54 years young and still going strong. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, John Velasquez, to close things out on this Wednesday card. Gum the favorite, 5796. We'll have prices, show you the pick six payoff when we come back on our Wednesday coverage right after this short timeout. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And a big one coming up this weekend. The second annual Corgi Cup. This was a lot of fun happening for the first time last year. We have a pin giveaway coming up on Sunday. We heard from Jenna Antonucci earlier in the program. Mando, she's going to wheel right back and try and hope for better results this year. But this was incredibly popular.
I had the winner last year, just for the record, guys. I can tell you my secret, but I don't want to lose my price, so I'm going to keep it to myself.
They brought in that ringer kennel. Did they win it?
The Corgs of War.
Yeah, the Corgs of War. There's the Corgi Cup, and there's Gum getting up in the last race. For all you people that needed Gum.
Everybody
Pick
needs
six,
Gum.
$5,300, by the way, for $1. $5,377.67. Make sure you leave the $77.67 at the teller, please.
$6 for the win. Gum in start number 8 breaks through and runs down Bourbon, Milk Punch. The three logicals, 1, 2, 3 here. But yeah, there's that pick six payout. So $5,377 and change on a carryover afternoon, with the only price coming
How about that?
in race 7, Baby Beth, that first timer.
I think JK said it right, too. That was the kind of race that was so wide open. A lot of people spread out there.
Well, we touched on it briefly when Bill Mott won with Answered Prayers. He will have Parchment Party back in action in the Birdstone. Gave him a try at a 1.25 miles. Didn't work out. Now back to a distance where you know he's incredibly effective, JK.
To me, when horses get really good at this distance, they're hard to beat. We talked about Flying P&J Provenzano when he had a horse called Lone Rock. Parchment Party's kind of that new version to me. When they go this long on the dirt, which doesn't happen very often, he is extremely hard to beat.
Check out this this replay here. I thought it was really interesting. So you're looking at Parchment Party on the outside, so he can get the job done. But watch the rider inside of him. He's exhausted, and you're looking at two different riders. One, I mean, look, the race, how far was it in distance? 1.5 miles. I think a rider change on Jokestar that was on the inside of the horse might make this pretty close, because those horses moved together the entire race, and I think you had one rider that was riding well at the end and one that was just tired.
Parchment Party, though, absolute specialist at the distance. We'll see him in action in that Birdstone tomorrow. And obviously looking forward to what is coming up over the weekend with the formerly known as the sword dancer, Christophe Clement, a race that Christophe won 5 times in that Hall of Fame career. And now his son, Miguel Clement, will try and win that race with Tawny Port. So it could be a very, very special Saturday story coming up, and that'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday over the weekend. Hopefully we spread the wealth, and there were a lot of hits in this Pick 6 today, being pretty formful. I was not one of them.
I was not either.
I had my single.
Tomorrow's a new day. We'll see you tomorrow. Coverage begins 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. It was Baby Beth, Jorge Abreu, Manny Franco getting his 35th winner of the meet, winning it first asking. Answered Prayers, the favorite in the featured 8th. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. Mott, of course, with Parchment Party in the Birdstone tomorrow. We will see you starting at 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2 on Thursday.